My name is Bridget Williams, and I am 31 years old. On the day I got married, my mother stood up in front of 140 people during the champagne toast, without being introduced, without warning, and announced that she was leaving my father. Not in a quiet corner, not in a whispered conversation. In the center of the ballroom, wine glass raised, voice carrying to every corner of the room, the way someone speaks when they have been waiting a very long time for an audience this size. The string quartet stopped mid-measure. I watched the cellist actually lower her bow and turn her head. I watched my mother-in-law, Rosa, close her eyes, the way people close their eyes when they already knew something was coming and did not want to be right. I was standing 12 feet away in a $2,400 ivory dress, holding a champagne flute I had forgotten I was holding. But here is what my mother did not know. My husband, Cole, is an audio production specialist. He personally spec'd the sound system for our venue, and his sound assistant had been running a full ambient recording reel since cocktail hour, capturing the entire evening, including the 6 minutes before my mother stood up, including the moment she leaned close to my sister near the floral display on the east wall and said, in a voice she believed was private, "Watch me destroy her big day." Every speaker in that room carried her voice. All 140 people heard it. And the one person she said it about was standing at the microphone, watching her face when she realized what had just happened. Before I tell you what came next, and I promise you, the ending of this story is something you are not going to see coming, take a moment to subscribe to Sophia Told Stories and drop your age and your city in the comments right now. I want to know who is listening. I want to know where you are when you hear this. Now let me take you back, not to the wedding, to a phone call I made 7 years ago from a parking lot outside a graduate school admissions office in Columbus, Ohio, on the best day I had experienced in years, calling the one person I thought deserved to be the first to know. I am a speech therapist. My entire career is built on helping people find the right words for things that resist language. I help children untangle the sounds that get stuck. Adults rebuild sentences after strokes. Teenagers find their voices when their bodies seem determined to swallow them whole. I chose this work because I believe in the way you believe things that cost you something to learn, that being heard is not a luxury, it is a requirement. My mother, Diane Williams, is 58 years old. She is a licensed real estate agent in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, and she is the kind of woman who can walk into a room she has never been in before and within 4 minutes identify exactly where to stand so that everyone has to look at her when they turn toward the door. She has worn blazers to school plays and pearls to backyard barbecues. She once cried at my college graduation, visibly in the 3rd row, and told 3 relatives afterward that nobody truly understood how much she had sacrificed to get me there. My father was standing 2 feet to her left, holding the program, applauding. My father, Gary Williams, is 61 years old. He was a high school principal for 22 years, a man who managed hallways full of adolescents and budget disputes and school board politics with a steadiness that his colleagues admired and his students trusted. At home, he had learned a different kind of management. He had learned to agree with Diane the way you learn to walk around a crack in the sidewalk, not because you forget it is there, because the cost of stepping on it every day is too high. My younger sister, Kelsey, is 27. She is a dental hygienist in Lake Geneva, and she has been translating Diane to me for as long as I can remember. You know how she is. That was Kelsey's sentence, the one she deployed after every uncomfortable phone call, every gathering that ended badly, every birthday that somehow became about someone else. You know how she is. As though familiarity were the same thing as a reason. I grew up in a white colonial on Birchwood Lane with a wrought iron gate and a backyard garden that my father planted and tended alone. The kitchen table sat 6, and we only ever used 4 of the chairs. The refrigerator was covered in my mother's real estate awards and production certificates, layered over the years like geological strata, and there was not a single family photograph on any surface in the main rooms. The photographs were upstairs, in the hallway, in frames my father had chosen and hung himself. I left for Columbus when I was 24, accepted to Ohio State's master's program in speech pathology, and I called my mother from the parking lot outside the admissions building to tell her. I was sitting in my 2014 Honda Civic with the windows down and the Ohio September coming through, and I was so happy I'd been talking to myself in the car the whole drive over, rehearsing the call, not because I was nervous, but because I wanted to say it exactly right. My daughter got in. My daughter is going. Diane's first response was not congratulations. It was Ohio. Her voice had a specific flatness that I knew the way you know a weather pattern that has been following you your whole life. Why would you do that to yourself? Not to the school, not to the opportunity, to yourself. As though leaving Lake Geneva were an act I was committing against my own body. I told her it was a full program, a good stipend, a specialty I had wanted since I was 19 years old and spent a summer volunteering at a camp for children with selective mutism, watching kids who had entire landscapes inside them and no road out. I told her Columbus was only 5 hours. I told her I was excited. She told me she would have to think about what to tell people. I sat in the parking lot for a while after we hung up. The September air was still coming through the windows. It had been a good day until the last 4 minutes of it. My father left a voicemail 2 hours later. I still have it. His voice is quiet in the way that people are quiet when they have chosen their words carefully and do not want to waste them. Go, Bridge. I mean it. Go. I went. I built a life in Columbus that was entirely mine. A 480-square-foot apartment near campus with plants on every windowsill and a drafting table I used for client notes and a second-hand couch I had reupholstered myself because I had the time and it needed doing and no one was going to tell me it was the wrong color. I graduated, passed my boards, took a position at a pediatric practice on the east side of the city. I had a caseload I loved and a best friend named Nora Castillo, who was a high school history teacher and the kind of person who showed up to hard conversations with coffee already in hand. And then I met Cole. Cole Navarro is 33 years old. He grew up in San Antonio in a house where 3 conversations happened simultaneously at dinner, and everyone considered this normal and desirable. His mother, Rosa, is 61, a retired school librarian, the kind of woman who remembers every book she ever recommended to a child and follows up 6 months later to ask what they thought. His father, David, is 64, a former civil engineer, quiet in the way that people are quiet when they are genuinely content rather than simply managing. Cole is their only son. He grew up knowing that the people who loved him would say so out loud and mean it every time. We met at a mutual friend's birthday party in Columbus on a Friday night in March. He was running sound for the event, a thing he does on weekends because he genuinely loves it, not because he needs to. He handed me a drink I had not asked for because he had noticed mine was empty. And when I looked at him, he said, without any particular performance behind it, "I've been trying to work out what you're thinking about for the last 20 minutes. You look like you're solving something." I was thinking about a patient. A 7-year-old boy who had not spoken a word in 8 months following a car accident that had taken his older brother. I had been turning over a new approach in my head all evening without meaning to. I told Cole this. Most people would have offered condolences and changed the subject. Cole said, "What did you try last session?" We talked for 2 hours. We have been talking ever since. He proposed on a Tuesday morning in October at Hayden Falls Park on the west side of Columbus with no photographer, no audience, no Instagram strategy. It was raining lightly. I said yes before he finished the sentence, and then felt embarrassed about that for approximately 4 seconds before deciding I did not care at all. I called my mother that evening. I was sitting on our couch, Cole beside me, his knee against mine, and I was so full of something warm and certain that I almost could not hold it. Diane's first response, before congratulations, before she said his name, before she asked a single question about the man I was going to marry, was this: "Did he ask your father?" Her voice precise and even. Did he ask me? Gary had not been consulted. More relevantly, Diane had not been consulted. In the Williams family, these were understood to be the same grievance. I told her Cole had asked me. I told her I had said yes. I told her I was happy. She told me she hoped he understood what he was taking on. I looked at Cole. He had heard her through the phone. He looked back at me the way he always looked at me when Diane said something that required a moment to absorb, which was level and steady and completely without pity, because he understood that I did not want pity. I wanted company. He took the phone from my hand gently and set it on the coffee table and said, "You don't have to finish that tonight." The next morning, before I had posted a single word anywhere, before Cole had called his parents, before we had even decided on a timeline, my mother published a Facebook announcement. A photo of herself, taken at what appeared to be a work event, blazer and pearls, real estate smile. The caption read, "My daughter is getting married. So proud of the woman I raised." Cole was not named. Cole was not pictured. Cole did not exist in that post as a human being with a name and a history and a family who loved him. He existed as a thing that had happened to Diane's daughter. Cole read the post over my shoulder. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "She didn't even spell your name right." He was correct. She had written Bridget. I had been Bridget my entire life. 3 days later, an email arrived from my mother with a subject line that read, "Preliminary guest list, initial thoughts." I opened it, expecting 20 names, maybe 30. What I found was a spreadsheet, formatted with the precision of a woman who had been thinking about this longer than 3 days, containing 67 names. I did not recognize 31 of them. The ones I did recognize were not people I would describe as close to me. They were my mother's real estate clients, her book club, her church acquaintances, a neighbor from 2 houses down who had once given me a Halloween candy bar in 2003 and had not spoken to me since. They were the audience of Diane Williams's professional and social life, people for whom my wedding would function as a venue for her. Cole and I had planned for 140 guests total. My mother's preliminary list accounted for nearly half of that, with people who were functionally strangers to the bride. Cole read the list slowly, scrolling on my laptop. When he got to the bottom, he looked up at me. "Bridge, I don't know a single person on here." I know. There was one name near the bottom that I did not recognize and did not think about at the time. A name that would not mean anything to me for another 4 months, until I was sitting on the floor of my parents' guest room holding a manila folder that had slid off a closet shelf and changed the shape of everything I thought I understood. Stephen Foley, +1. I closed the spreadsheet. I opened a new document on my laptop, and I started keeping records. Not because I knew what I was building toward, because I had learned early and thoroughly that in my family, the truth had a way of needing proof. I want to take you back to something small, because the big things in families rarely start big. They start as a tone of voice on a Tuesday afternoon. They start as a pause before a congratulations that never quite arrives. The summer I turned 17, I got a job at a pediatric clinic 2 towns over from Lake Geneva. Not a glamorous job. I answered phones, filed intake forms, refilled the paper towel dispensers in the waiting room. But twice a week, I sat in on the speech therapy sessions with Dr. Patricia Wong, a woman in her 50s who wore her reading glasses on a beaded chain and had the particular patience of someone who had spent decades listening to children fight their way toward language. I watched her work with a 5-year-old boy who could not produce the sound of the letter S without his whole face tightening with the effort of it. I watched her sit with him, unhurried, for 40 minutes. And when he finally got it, when that sound came out clean and clear and his eyes went wide with the shock of his own success, Dr. Huang smiled at him like he had just done something heroic. Because he had. I drove home that evening knowing what I wanted to do with my life. It was not a complicated feeling. It was the simplest thing I had felt in years, the kind of certainty that lives in your chest and does not ask for permission. I told my mother at dinner. Diane set down her fork. She looked at me across the table with an expression I would come to know very well over the following decade, an expression that managed to communicate both disappointment and restraint simultaneously, as though she were making a great effort not to say the thing she was actually thinking. "Speech therapy," she said. "The words came out the way you say the name of a restaurant you have heard has gone downhill." My father looked at his plate, not because he disagreed, because he had learned, over 23 years of marriage, that the geometry of a conversation with Diane shifted the moment he entered it, and sometimes the kindest thing he could do was wait. That was the first time I understood that my aspirations were going to cost something in this house. Not money, not effort. They were going to cost a performance of gratitude and deference that I did not yet know how to calculate. I went to the University of Wisconsin for my undergraduate degree, 4 years of linguistics and psychology and human development, and I was good at it, in the way that you are good at something when it does not feel like work, because it feels like paying attention to the world correctly. I graduated in 2013 with a 3.9 GPA and a research thesis on augmentative communication in nonverbal adolescents that my advisor submitted to a regional conference without telling me first. At my graduation ceremony, Diane cried. I want to be precise about this, because the crying matters. She did not cry when I crossed the stage. She cried before I crossed the stage, in the second row, visibly enough that the woman sitting beside her put a hand on her arm. And afterward, at the reception in the university garden, I heard her tell my Aunt Carol and 2 of her real estate colleagues who had driven up from Lake Geneva for the occasion that she had given everything to get me here, that nobody truly understood what it had taken. My father was standing 3 feet to her left, holding a plastic cup of lemonade and a program with my name in it. He had driven 4 hours that morning. He had ironed his good shirt. He had left a card in my dorm mailbox 2 days earlier that said simply, "I am so proud of you." No performance, no audience, just the words, meaning exactly what they said. He smiled at me across the garden when our eyes met, and the smile was the quiet kind, the kind that does not need the room to see it. I smiled back and held on to it the way you hold on to things you know you will need later. For the 2 years following graduation, I worked as a clinical assistant at a private practice in Madison, building my hours toward licensure. And then, in the spring of 2015, I received an acceptance letter from Ohio State's master's program in speech-language pathology. It was a competitive program. I had applied knowing the odds and spent 6 months not thinking about it because thinking about it felt too much like wanting something I might not get. The letter arrived on a Wednesday morning via email, and I read it, standing in my apartment kitchen in my work clothes with a piece of toast I had forgotten to eat. I read it 3 times. Then I put down the toast, sat at my kitchen table, and allowed myself exactly 5 minutes of sitting with the feeling before I picked up my phone. I had been looking forward to making this call all day. Diane answered on the second ring. Her voice had the brisk, slightly elevated register she used when she was between appointments, managing multiple things at once. I told her. I said it the way I had rehearsed it, clear and warm and steady, the same voice I used with families in my clinical work when I needed them to understand that good news was, in fact, good. The silence on the other end lasted approximately 3 seconds. "Ohio," she said. "Why would you do that to yourself? Not to the program, not to the opportunity, not to your career or your education or the 5 years of work that led to this moment. To yourself. As though Columbus were a condition I was choosing to contract." I stood in my kitchen with the acceptance email still open on my laptop screen and felt the warmth of the last 5 minutes begin to cool at the edges. I know this sensation. I have known it since I was 17 years old at a dinner table. It is the specific temperature of a joy that has just been asked to justify its existence. I told her it was a strong program. I told her the stipend would cover my living expenses. I told her Ohio was 5 hours by car and that I would come home for holidays, and that Columbus was a real city with real amenities, and that this was, by any measure, a good thing that was happening. She told me she would have to think about what to tell people. I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "People are going to ask why you're going so far away. I'll need to have something to say." I looked at the acceptance email on my screen, the Ohio State letterhead, my name in the salutation, spelled correctly, every letter exactly where it belonged. I told her I loved her. I told her I would call that weekend. I ended the call and stood in my kitchen for a moment with my phone in my hand, feeling the particular silence of a room that has just absorbed something. 2 hours later, my father called. I did not pick up in time, and the call went to voicemail, and when I played it back, his voice was quiet, in the way of a man who has chosen every word and does not intend to waste one. "Go, Bridge. I mean it. Go." 14 seconds. No elaboration, no conditions attached. I played it twice, then saved it to a folder on my phone where I kept things I did not want to lose. It is still there. I went to Ohio, and for the next 4 years, while I completed my degree and passed my boards and built a caseload and found an apartment I loved and a city that felt, for the first time in my adult life, like somewhere I had chosen rather than somewhere I had ended up, my mother made the distance feel like a debt. Not always loudly. Diane was rarely loud about the things that mattered most to her. It was quieter than that. It was the phone calls where she mentioned, with careful neutrality, that Kelsey had been over for dinner again last Sunday. It was the family gatherments where my chair was slightly apart from the main cluster, without anyone having arranged it that way. It was the way she answered questions about me at her real estate office gatherings. I heard about this from my Aunt Carol, with the particular sigh of a woman who had done her best with difficult material. I paid the debt the way you pay debts you never agreed to, installment by installment. Holiday by holiday, phone call by phone call. I paid it by coming home for Thanksgiving and Christmas and my parents' anniversary and Kelsey's birthday. I paid it by asking about the listings and the book club and the neighbors on Birchwood Lane and the woman at church who had been unwell. I paid it by being present and engaged and warm in a house where warmth was a resource that flowed in one primary direction. And then I met Cole, and I built something of my own. And I called my mother from a parking lot in Columbus to tell her I was going to marry him. And she asked if he had asked her permission. I think about that question sometimes, about what it reveals. Not the asking itself, because there are families where that tradition carries genuine meaning and genuine love inside it. I think about the fact that her first response to the best news I had given her in years was a question about whether the process had properly centered her. I did not say any of this on that phone call. I said what I always said. I softened what needed softening. I filled the silence she left with reassurance she had not earned and would not acknowledge receiving. But something in me that had been very patient for a very long time made a note. And the thing about notes is that eventually you have enough of them to tell a story. The guest list, with 67 names, was sitting in my inbox. Kelsey's name was in it, of course, and so was a name I did not recognize, listed near the bottom with a quiet, unremarkable +1 beside it. Stephen Foley. I skimmed past it. I had 31 names to investigate, and a wedding to plan, and a life to live. And Stephen Foley meant nothing to me on that particular afternoon. He would not mean nothing to me for much longer. Cole Navarro came into my life on a Friday night in March at a birthday party for a mutual friend named Devin, who lived in a 2-bedroom apartment in the short north with exposed brick walls and a record player he treated like a second family member. I had not planned to stay long. I had a patient session at 8 the following morning, a 9-year-old girl named Amara, who had been working for 3 months on a specific consonant cluster and was close, genuinely close, and I wanted to be rested and present for her. I stayed 4 hours. Cole was running sound for the party, a thing he did on weekends because he loved it, not because he needed the work. He had a compact setup in the corner of Devin's living room, 2 speakers and a mixer and a laptop, and he managed the whole thing with the relaxed competence of someone who had been doing this long enough that it no longer required his full attention, which meant his full attention was free for other things. He handed me a drink, I had not asked for, something sparkling with a slice of cucumber floating in it, because he had noticed mine was empty. When I looked at him, he said, without any setup, without any of the conversational scaffolding people usually erect before they say something direct, "I have been trying to work out what you are thinking about for the last 20 minutes. You look like you are solving something." I was thinking about Amara, about a technique I had read about in a journal article that afternoon, a rhythmic pacing approach that had shown promise with her particular presentation. I had been turning it over in my head all evening, without meaning to, the way a song gets stuck, except useful. I told him this. I told him about Amara without using her name, about the consonant cluster, about the 3 months of incremental work and how close we were to a breakthrough. Most people at a birthday party, handed this information, would offer a polite sound and redirect toward something lighter. Cole leaned against the wall beside me and said, "What did you try last session?" We talked for 2 hours. We closed down Devon's kitchen together at midnight, washing glasses we did not need to wash, and I drove home on streets slicked with March rain, thinking about the specificity of his attention. Not his looks, not his charm, though he had both. The attention. The way he listened, like the information actually mattered to him. He texted the next morning. Not a line, a question. Did the cucumber drink help, or was it too sweet? I had forgotten I was holding it for most of the night. We dated for 2 years. I want to say that simply because the simplicity of it is the point. 2 years with no catastrophe, no manufactured crisis, no moment where I had to choose between being honest and being safe. We ate dinner at my kitchen table and argued about which direction the ceiling fan should spin in summer, and drove to Cincinnati one weekend on no plan whatsoever, because neither of us had been to the art museum there, and it seemed like a reasonable use of a Saturday. He came to 3 of Devon's parties and remembered the names of every person he met at the first one. His mother, Rosa, called him every Sunday from San Antonio. I know this because I was often there when the call came in, and Cole always answered. Always moved to the other room, not for privacy, but out of courtesy to me, and always came back 20 minutes later, slightly more settled than before. The way people come back from conversations that cost them nothing and give them something. Rosa was a retired school librarian who had spent 30 years putting the right book into the right child's hands at the right moment, and she approached most of human interaction with that same instinct. She asked the right question. She waited for the real answer. She was, in every structural sense, the opposite of Diane. And I did not fully understand what that meant until the 2 of them were in the same room. But I am getting ahead of myself. Cole proposed on a Tuesday morning in October at Hayden Falls Park on the west side of Columbus. It had rained the night before, and the trail was soft underfoot, and the air smelled of wet leaves and something green and clean underneath. There was no photographer positioned behind a tree. There was no staged moment, no audience of friends pretending to be casual nearby. It was raining lightly, the thin kind of October rain that is more like the sky being indecisive than actually committing to weather. And Cole stopped on the wooden bridge over the creek and turned to face me and started talking. He talked about the morning I told him about Amara and the consonant cluster. He talked about the Cincinnati Art Museum and how I had stood in front of a particular painting for 11 minutes without saying anything, and he had stood beside me and felt, for the first time in his adult life, that silence had become genuinely comfortable. He talked about the ceiling fan. He did not finish the sentence that contained the question. I said yes before he got there. He laughed, surprised, and then he put the ring on my finger, and the rain picked up slightly, as though the sky had finally made a decision. And I thought, standing on that bridge with wet leaves under my boots and Cole's hands around mine, that I had never in my life felt more precisely located. Like a coordinate on a map. Here. This. Now. I called my mother that evening. Cole was beside me on the couch, his knee against mine, the ring still catching me off guard every time I moved my left hand. I had been looking forward to this call in the specific way you look forward to sharing something you have been carrying carefully, wanting to set it down in front of someone who will appreciate its weight. Diane answered on the second ring. I told her, warm and clear and steady, the way I had rehearsed it in my head on the drive home from the park. The silence that followed lasted 3 seconds. I counted. Did he ask your father? Her voice was even, precise, the tone she used in professional negotiations when she wanted the other party to understand that a line had been approached. Did he ask me? I held the phone slightly away from my face for a moment, looking at the middle distance of our living room, the bookshelf Cole had built from raw lumber the previous spring, the plant on the windowsill I had managed not to kill for 14 months. Cole, who could hear her through the phone, did not react visibly. He looked at me the way he always looked at me when Diane said something that required absorption, level and steady and entirely without pity, because he understood that pity was not the thing I needed. Company was. I told her Cole had asked me. I told her I had said yes. I told her I was happy, using the word deliberately, placing it in the sentence like a fact that did not require her endorsement. She told me she hoped he understood what he was taking on. Cole reached over and took the phone from my hand gently, set it on the coffee table and said, "You do not have to finish that tonight. Not as a rescue. As a statement of fact, offered quietly, by someone who had assessed the situation and determined that the conversation had given everything it was going to give." I let him. The next morning, before I had opened a single social media application, before Cole had called his parents in San Antonio, before we had discussed a timeline or a venue or anything beyond the basic fact of our intention, I saw it. My mother had posted a Facebook announcement. A photograph of herself, taken at what appeared to be a real estate awards luncheon, blazer and pearls, the smile she used for professional headshots. The caption read, "My daughter is getting married. So proud of the woman I raised." Cole was not named. Cole was not pictured. Cole did not exist in the post as a person with a name and a history and a mother in San Antonio who called every Sunday. He existed as a development in Diane's story, a thing that had occurred to her daughter and therefore to her. I read the caption twice. Then I noticed the spelling of my name in the comments, where Diane had written Bridget in response to a congratulatory reply. Cole read it over my shoulder. He was quiet for a moment, the specific quiet of someone absorbing information and deciding what to do with it. "She did not spell your name right," he said. He was not angry. He said it the way you state a weather observation, factual, without heat. I had been Bridget my entire life. 1 T, no E at the end. The name was on my birth certificate, my diplomas, my clinical license, every document that had ever formally established that I existed. My mother had given me the name, and still, 31 years later, added a letter when she was not paying close attention. Which was, I understood, the summary of a great many things. 3 days after the announcement, an email arrived from Diane with the subject line, "Preliminary guest list, initial thoughts." I opened it, expecting something manageable. What I found was a spreadsheet with 67 names, formatted with the kind of precision that indicated she had been building it for longer than 3 days. Real estate clients, book club members, church acquaintances, a woman from the neighborhood whose name I recognized only because she had once left a passive-aggressive note on our mailbox about a recycling bin. People I had not seen since childhood. People I had never met. Cole and I had discussed a total of 140 guests. My mother's preliminary list was nearly half of that number, populated almost entirely with the supporting cast of Diane Williams's public life. Cole scrolled through it slowly, seated at our kitchen table, his coffee going cold beside the laptop. "Bridge," he said finally. "I do not know a single person on here." "I know." He looked at me, not with frustration, not yet, with the particular attention of a man who was updating his understanding of a situation in real time. I did not call my mother. I had learned, over the years, that calling Diane in the immediate aftermath of something like this produced a conversation that cost more than it resolved. She would explain the list. She would describe the relationships I did not remember, the professional obligations, the social architecture of Lake Geneva that required maintenance. She would make me feel that my resistance to the list was a failure of gratitude, a misunderstanding of how the world worked, a symptom of having lived in Columbus too long. Instead, I opened a new document on my laptop and typed the date at the top. I pasted in the email. I noted the 67 names. I noted the proportion of total guest count. I noted that Cole did not recognize a single person. Then I scrolled back through the list one more time because something near the bottom had caught the edge of my attention without fully landing. There it was. A name I did not recognize, formatted exactly like all the others, nothing to distinguish it from the real estate clients and the church acquaintances and the neighbor with the recycling bin grievance. Stephen Foley, +1. I did not know a Stephen Foley. I could not place the name in any context, professional or personal or peripheral. I moved past it and continued scrolling and did not think about it again. I would not think about it again for 4 months. But I had documented it. It was in the file. And the thing about keeping records is that you do not always know which detail will matter until the moment it does. And by then, you are grateful for every single thing you wrote down. The document I opened that afternoon would eventually contain 43 entries. I did not know that yet. I only knew that something in the guest list felt like the beginning of a negotiation I had not agreed to enter, and that the first rule of any negotiation is that you pay attention. I closed the laptop and went to make dinner, and Cole set the table without being asked, and we ate together in the ordinary quiet of two people who had chosen each other. And outside, the Columbus evening was doing what it always did, going about its business, indifferent and reliable, and entirely unaware of what was being assembled, one document at a time, at the kitchen table inside. We found the Linden estate on a Sunday afternoon in November, 7 months before the wedding, during one of those gray Columbus weekends where the sky cannot decide between rain and resignation, and the best response is to get in the car and drive somewhere with good coffee and no agenda. Cole had pulled up a list of venues the previous week, 6 properties within 40 miles of the city, and we had been working through them methodically, the way we approached most decisions together, without drama, without the kind of performative deliberation that turns a practical choice into an identity statement. We had already ruled out 2. One was beautiful but acoustically terrible, the kind of high-ceilinged space where every conversation arrived at your ears as someone else's echo. The other had a coordinator who used the phrase intimate yet grand twice in the first 4 minutes of the tour, which told us everything we needed to know about how the day would be managed. The Linden estate was different from the moment we turned off the main road onto the gravel drive. It was a restored Victorian property set back from the road behind a stand of old oak trees, the kind of trees that had been there long enough to stop caring about impressing anyone. The main building had exposed brick and tall windows and Edison lighting strung across a vaulted ceiling in the reception hall, the exact quality of warmth that cannot be manufactured, only accumulated over years of a building being used for good things. The coordinator who met us at the door was a woman named Patricia Oakes, 44 years old, efficient and unhurried in equal measure. The kind of professional who answered questions before you finished asking them because she had heard every version of every question and genuinely wanted to help. She walked us through the property for 40 minutes, the garden ceremony space with its fieldstone path, the reception hall that held 140 with room to breathe, the bridal suite on the second floor with its window seat looking out over the oak trees. Cole stood in the center of the reception hall and turned slowly, assessing the acoustic profile the way he always did in any new space, a habit so ingrained he probably did it in grocery stores. He looked at me, I looked at him. We signed the contract that afternoon. The deposit was $3,800, non-refundable, which felt like the most satisfying check I had written in years because it meant the decision was made and real and no longer theoretical. Patricia shook my hand at the door when we left. Her grip was firm and direct. She said, "We are going to take very good care of you." I believed her. On the drive home, Cole played a playlist he had been building for months, songs he thought might work for the reception, and I sat in the passenger seat watching the Ohio countryside go by in the last of the November light and felt, for the first time since the engagement, that the wedding was something I was genuinely looking forward to, rather than something I was navigating. That feeling lasted exactly 3 days. Diane called on a Wednesday morning while I was between patient sessions, a gap in my schedule I usually use to complete documentation. I saw her name on the screen and answered, because not answering had its own set of consequences that were rarely worth the avoidance. She opened with pleasantries, which was always a sign. Diane Williams did not lead with pleasantries unless she was building towards something that required a runway. She had, she told me, been doing some research. She had taken the initiative, her phrase, to tour a few venues in the Lake Geneva area just to have options, just so I would have the full picture before committing to anything. There was a country club near the water, beautiful facility, impeccable reputation, where she had a professional relationship with the event coordinator through her real estate work. It seats 280, she said. Bridge, think of the possibilities. I was sitting at my desk with a patient file open in front of me, a 7-year-old's progress notes, and I put my pen down. I told her we had already committed. I told her the deposit had cleared. I told her the contract was signed and the date was reserved, and that $3,800 was non-refundable under any circumstances. Money is not the point, she said. Presentation is the point. I want to pause here and sit with that sentence for a moment, because it is, in its own way, a complete self-portrait. Presentation is the point, not Bridget's preferences, not the venue Bridget had chosen after visiting 6 properties and signing a legal document. The point was how the event would appear to the audience Diane had in mind, which was, as always, primarily composed of people whose opinions mattered to Diane. I told her the decision was final. She told me she had already spoken to the coordinator at the country club about availability. I said, "Mom, I appreciate that you were thinking about us. The deposit is non-refundable. We are getting married at the Linden Estate in October." The silence that followed had a specific texture, not the silence of acceptance, the silence of a woman who had not been told no with that particular flatness before and was recalibrating. She said she would think about it, which meant she was not done with it, only pausing to find a different approach. My father called that evening. I was on the couch with Cole, both of us doing the quiet, parallel work of a weeknight, Cole reviewing an audio file on his laptop, me annotating a case study, and Gary's name on my screen prompted the small, involuntary tightening in my chest that I had stopped pretending was not there. He asked how the wedding planning was going. His voice had that careful, hovering quality it got when he already knew the answer and was asking anyway because the asking was its own kind of care. I told him about the Linden Estate, the oak trees, the Edison lighting, the Fieldstone path. I told him we were excited. He said, "Good, that sounds like you." Then, after a pause that lasted exactly long enough for me to know it was coming, he said, "She means well." She means well. I have heard that sentence 300 times in my life. I have heard it at kitchen tables and in parking lots and over the phone and in hushed family hallway conversations that were not quite hushed enough. I have never once in 31 years found it useful. It does not change what happened. It does not undo the country club conversation or the Facebook post or the 67 names on the guest list. It is a sentence that functions as an exit from accountability dressed up as an explanation. And my father, who was a good man and an intelligent one, had been using it for so long that I think he had stopped noticing it no longer meant anything. I said, "I know, Dad." I loved him too much to say anything else. We hung up, and I sat for a moment with the phone in my lap, and Cole looked up from his laptop with the particular quality of attention that meant he had heard enough of my side of the conversation to understand the shape of it. He did not ask. He reached over and put his hand over mine on the couch cushion between us, and we went back to our respective work, and the apartment was quiet in the good way, the way that means nothing is broken, and I was grateful for it. I was still grateful for it 2 weeks later, when I was grateful for almost nothing else. It was a Thursday evening, late November, and I was finishing a clinical report at my desk when my phone buzzed with a text from Kelsey. The preview showed a photograph. I opened it. Kelsey and Diane were standing in what was clearly a bridal boutique, mirrors and white drapery behind them, champagne flutes in hand, the kind of shop that has a chandelier and plays soft acoustic music and charges 3 times the reasonable price for the ambiance. Kelsey was wearing a gown. Floor length, fitted through the bodice, a square neckline with thin straps. The caption read, "First fitting," followed by a dress emoji and a champagne glass. I looked at the dress. I looked at it for a long time. The color was ivory, not blush, not champagne, not the pale pink that photographs warm and reads as celebration. Ivory, the specific off-white shade that exists in the narrow corridor between bridal and not quite bridal, close enough that every woman in the room would register it and no one would say it out loud. Cole came up behind me and read the text over my shoulder. He was quiet for a moment. "Is she wearing white?" he said. "Almost," I said. He straightened up. I could hear him thinking, the specific quality of his silence when he was deciding which of the several things he could say was the one worth saying. He chose not to say any of them. I stared at the photo for another few seconds. Kelsey's expression was bright and unguarded, the face of someone who was genuinely enjoying herself, which made it worse somehow, the way collateral damage is always worse than deliberate harm, because at least deliberate harm involves someone thinking about you. I forwarded the photo to my therapist, a woman named Dr. Sandra Obi, who I had been seeing every other Thursday for 3 years, and who had the professional gift of asking one question so precisely calibrated that it reorganized everything you thought you already understood. I typed one line beneath the photo. "Still think I should invite her to the actual fitting?" Dr. Obi responded 4 minutes later, "We will talk Thursday." I put my phone down and opened my laptop and added a new entry to the document I had started when the 67-name guest list arrived. Date, description, screenshot attached. I noted that I had not been informed of the fitting. I noted that I had not been invited. I noted the color of the dress. I noted Kelsey's expression because details matter, and I was a person who had learned to document the ones that seemed small. I also noted, for no reason I could articulate clearly yet, that Patricia Oakes, the coordinator at the country club Diane had toured without telling me, had the same first and last name as the coordinator at the Linden estate who had walked Cole and me through the Fieldstone garden and shaken my hand at the door. It was probably a coincidence. Lake Geneva and Columbus were 300 miles apart. Patricia Oakes was not an unusual name, but I noted it anyway. At the bottom of the entry, in the careful, neutral language of someone who does not yet know which details will matter. That was the thing about keeping records. You did not always know what you were building until the structure was complete. You only knew that the foundation needed to be solid because whatever came next was going to need something to stand on. And something was coming. I could feel it, the way you feel a change in barometric pressure, not in your mind, but in your body. The specific atmospheric shift that means the weather is deciding. The wedding was 8 months away. I closed the laptop, turned off the desk lamp, and went to find Cole. There is a specific quality to a parent's voice when something is wrong that no amount of adult distance teaches you to ignore. It is not a sound exactly. It is the absence of a sound, a flatness where there used to be texture, like a room you know well with all the furniture removed. You recognize the shape of the emptiness before you can name what is missing. My father's voice had been that way for 3 months. Not dramatically. Gary Williams was not a dramatic man. He called every Sunday evening, a habit he had maintained since I moved to Columbus, and the calls ran between 12 and 20 minutes and covered the same comfortable geography they always had: the garden, a book he was reading, a former student who had emailed him with news, the Chicago Bears, about whom he maintained a loyalty that I had long since stopped trying to understand rationally. The calls were not long, but they were consistent, and their consistency was its own language, its own weekly statement that I was thought of and valued and not forgotten. But sometime in late winter, the calls started arriving with something underneath them. A slight delay before he answered a question, a sentence that ended a beat too early, as though he had decided mid-thought not to finish it. A laugh that came a half-second after the appropriate moment, like a man listening to a translation of a conversation rather than the conversation itself. I noticed it the way you notice a sound in a wall. You cannot locate it precisely, but you know it is there, and you know it means something needs attention. By April, 6 months before the wedding, I had stopped being able to attribute it to tiredness or weather or the ordinary low-grade melancholy of a Wisconsin winter that had lasted too long. Something was happening in that house on Birchwood Lane, and I was 300 miles away picking it up through the specific frequency of my father's pauses. I told Cole I needed to go home for a weekend. He said, "Do you want me to come?" I thought about it for a moment. "I want you there," I said, "but I think I need to go alone first." He nodded. He did not ask me to explain the distinction, which was one of the 1,000 small ways he made my life easier without either of us having to discuss it. I drove up on a Friday in April, 5 hours through Indiana and into Wisconsin, the landscape flattening and then greening in the way it does when the lake country approaches. And I turned onto Birchwood Lane in the early evening with the windows down and the smell of the lake somewhere in the air behind the houses. The house looked the same from the outside. The wrought iron gate, the white colonial facade, the old oak in the front yard that had been there longer than any of us. But Gary's corner garden along the side of the house had new growth in it, carefully tended, the beds edged and the early perennials already showing, and the sight of it did something complicated to my chest. He had been out here in the Wisconsin April, on his knees in the cold dirt, tending something of his own. The garden was the one place on the property that was unmistakably his in a way that required no negotiation. Inside, the house was warm and smelled of the pot roast Diane had been making on Friday evenings for as long as I could remember. The refrigerator was covered, as it had always been, in Diane's real estate awards and production certificates, layered over the years like successive coats of paint, each one slightly more recent than the last. There were no family photographs on the main floor. There never had been. The photographs lived upstairs, in the hallway Gary had designated for them, hung at careful intervals, chronicling the family in a space that most guests never saw. I noticed this the way I had always noticed it, which is to say, it had long since moved from observation to furniture, something I registered without consciously seeing anymore. But standing in the kitchen that April evening, for reasons I could not have articulated, I saw it clearly. Diane hugged me at the door, a real hug, brief and firm, the kind that contains genuine affection and genuine reservation in equal and simultaneous measure. She looked well. Her hair was recently cut, her blazer pressed, the specific put-togetherness of a woman who considers her appearance a professional obligation, even on Friday evenings at home. My father came in from the back garden a few minutes after I arrived, still in his yard clothes, dirt on his knees, carrying a pair of pruning shears he set by the back door. He hugged me longer than Diane had. His flannel shirt smelled of cut grass and cold air and the particular scent I associated with safety in a way that had survived every complicated thing that house had ever held. He looked tired, not the surface tiredness of a long week, the deeper kind, the kind that lives behind the eyes and does not lift after sleep. Dinner was the four of us, Cole joining by phone for part of it because Diane had asked, somewhat pointedly, whether he would be participating, and Cole had navigated the question with the diplomatic grace of a man who understood the terrain without having drawn the map himself. Diane spoke for the majority of the meal about a situation at her real estate office involving a colleague named Renata, who had, apparently, been angling for a listing that Diane considered professionally hers by established precedent. The story had significant detail and considerable momentum, and I followed it with the attentive expression I had been cultivating since adolescence, the one that indicated engagement without invitation to continue. Cole was mentioned twice. Each time Diane referred to him as your guy, not Cole, not your fiancé, your guy, as though his name were a formality she had not yet gotten around to adopting. She did not ask him a single question during the portion of dinner where he was present on the phone, not about his work, his family, his preferences regarding the wedding. He was a peripheral element of the evening, acknowledged by his presence on the speakerphone and addressed directly, not once. At a certain point, Cole said, very naturally, that he should let us have our family time and that he would talk to me later, and his voice carried no edge at all, and I knew, from the particular neutral warmth of it, that he was telling me something with his eyes, even from 300 miles away. That same look from the party in Devon's apartment, level and steady. Keep going. I am okay. I said goodnight to him with my eyes on my plate. After dinner, my father did the dishes. This was not unusual. Gary Williams had done the dishes after dinner for as long as I could remember, a task he had simply absorbed into his routine with no discussion and no apparent expectation of acknowledgement. Diane moved to the living room with her laptop and the particular purposefulness of a woman who had important things to review. I dried, standing beside my father at the sink, and we talked about the garden, about what he was putting in this season, about whether the deer had gotten into the hostas again, and the conversation was so normal and so familiar that it almost covered the thing underneath it. Almost. Saturday morning, I woke early to the sound of the house settling and the smell of coffee already made, which meant my father had been up for a while. I found him at the kitchen table with a mug and the newspaper. Though he was not reading the newspaper, he was looking at it, which is a different thing. He looked up when I came in. He said, "You want to get some breakfast?" Just us. We drove to a Denny's on Route 12, a place we had been going since I was in high school. Nothing remarkable about it, just a corner booth and reliable coffee, and the specific neutrality of a public space that makes certain conversations easier than they would be at home. We ordered, and the coffee arrived, and we both let it go cold in the way of people who are not really there for the coffee. Gary wrapped both hands around his mug. He looked at the table for a moment, then he told me. 14 months of marriage counseling. He said it simply, without preamble, the way you say something you've been carrying alone for long enough that the weight of it has changed the shape of how you stand. I put my fork down. I had not known. Not a word, not a signal, not a suggestion in any of our Sunday calls that something this structural was happening. 14 months. More than a year of weekly or bi-weekly sessions with a therapist whose name I did not know, in a city I had not visited in 4 months, and my father had been sitting across from a stranger, working on a marriage in the careful, systematic way he worked on everything, while I drove to Columbus and planned a wedding, and noticed the flatness in his voice without understanding its source. He talked for a long time, not dramatically, not with the heat of a man venting a grievance, but in the careful, leveled language of someone who had been turning things over for a long time and had arrived at a place past anger into something quieter and more honest. He talked about money spent without discussion, not small amounts that had required him to move things between accounts, to have conversations with their financial advisor that he had not been prepared for, to absorb decisions that had already been made and presented to him as accomplished facts. He talked about the Christmas party at Diane's real estate office 2 years ago, a story he delivered without raising his voice, which somehow made it worse. A party where Diane had spoken to him in front of 3 of her colleagues in a tone he described only as unnecessary, and he had stood there in his good suit with a drink in his hand and smiled and said nothing, and driven home in the passenger seat of their car while she talked about someone else entirely. He talked about the progressive narrowing of the decisions that were jointly his, the vacation they had not taken because it conflicted with a client dinner, the kitchen renovation that had been chosen and contracted before he knew it was being considered. The Sunday dinners where the conversation moved around him like water around a stone, smoothly, without acknowledgement of the shape it was navigating. He was not asking me for anything. This was the thing I understood clearly, sitting across from him in the corner booth at the Denny's on Route 12 with our coffee going cold between us. He was not recruiting me. He was not building a case or seeking an ally or asking me to choose. He was a 61-year-old man who had been telling the truth to a therapist for 14 months and had not told it to anyone else. And he was telling it to me now because I was his daughter and the wedding was coming, and he wanted me to understand the texture of the house I was driving into. He did not mention Stephen Foley. I know now that this was because he did not know about Stephen Foley. He was describing the symptoms without knowing the diagnosis, the way patients sometimes arrive at a clinic able to map every effect of a condition they have not yet been given a name for. When he finished talking, we sat for a while. The Denny's moved around us, a family in the next booth, a server refilling coffee at the counter, the ordinary Saturday morning of people who had nowhere complicated to be. I thought about what to say. I am a speech therapist. Finding language for things that resist it is my profession, my training, the work I have done every day for 7 years. And I sat across from my father in a corner booth and could not locate a single sentence that felt adequate to what he had just given me. I covered his hand with mine on the table. He turned his hand over and held mine the way he had held it when I was small. We drove back to Birchwood Lane, and I spent the rest of Saturday being present and careful and warm. And on Sunday morning, I packed my bag and hugged my father in the front hallway and drove south through the greening Wisconsin countryside and back toward Columbus. I drove the entire 5 hours without music. My father looked like a man who had been slowly edited out of his own life. The garden was still his. The reading chair in the corner of the study was still his. The photographs in the upstairs hallway were still his. But everything else had been narrowed and redirected and managed until what remained of his own presence in that house was a series of small, careful corners. And I was only beginning to understand who had been holding the pencil. The wedding was 6 months away. I had a venue and a guest list I was still negotiating, and a document on my laptop with 37 entries. I had a father who had just told me the truth for the first time in 14 months. Possibly longer. And somewhere in the 67 name guest list sitting in my inbox, a name I had skimmed past without recognition was waiting patiently to become relevant. It always is. Rosa and David Navarro flew in from San Antonio on a Thursday evening in May, 5 months before the wedding. And the first thing Rosa did when she came through the door of our Columbus apartment was hand me a foil-wrapped package that was still warm from the insulated bag she had carried through 2 airports and a rental car pickup. Tamales, she said. I made them Tuesday. They travel better than people think. I took the package with both hands and felt the warmth of it through the foil, and had to look down at the kitchen counter for a moment, because something about the gesture, its complete absence of performance, its assumption that feeding someone was simply what you did when you arrived at their home, hit me in a place I had not expected. Cole came out of the kitchen, and his mother pulled him into a hug that lasted long enough to mean something. The kind of hug that does not track duration, because duration is not the point. His father, David, stood behind her, 64 years old, a former civil engineer with a handshake that communicated both warmth and structural integrity. And when he shook my hand, he covered it with his other hand and said, "We are so glad to finally be here." Not finally in the pointed way. Finally in the way of people who have been looking forward to something and are simply expressing that it has arrived. Rosa was 61 years old and had the particular vitality of a woman who had spent 3 decades paying close attention to other people. She had been a school librarian in San Antonio for 30 years, and the instinct of that work, finding the right thing for the right person at the right moment, had become the lens through which she approached most of human interaction. She noticed things. She remembered what you said 6 months ago and asked about it 6 months later. She wore small gold earrings that caught the light when she laughed, which was often, and she laughed in the unguarded way of someone who had not learned to manage her own enjoyment for an audience. David was quieter, the way some people are quiet when they are genuinely content, rather than simply managing themselves. He had opinions and expressed them when asked, and listened carefully when he was not talking. And over the course of that first evening, I watched him watch Cole the way parents watch children they are proud of, not performing pride, but simply feeling it and not bothering to conceal the feeling. We ate dinner around our kitchen table, the second-hand IKEA piece Cole and I had sanded and restained together. And the conversation moved easily across the table in the way of people who are genuinely curious about each other. Rosa asked about my caseload, my patients in the general sense, what drew me to pediatric work. David asked Cole about a project he had been working on, a live sound installation for a gallery opening, and listened to the technical explanation with the interest of an engineer recognizing craft in a different discipline. The tamales were extraordinary. At 8:47, 22 minutes after she was expected, Diane arrived. I heard her car in the lot before the knock, the specific sound of a car door closing with slightly more authority than necessary. She came in with the particular energy of someone who had decided that arriving late was a demonstration of a full schedule, rather than a lapse in consideration. She was dressed well, blazer and slacks, the real estate presentation version of casual, and she scanned the room in the 2 seconds after the door opened with the practiced efficiency of a woman assessing a professional environment. She hugged me. She hugged Cole. She looked at Rosa and David with the bright, calibrated smile she deployed in professional introductions. "Your earrings are beautiful," she said to Rosa. "Are those vintage?" Rosa touched one earring briefly. "A gift from my mother," she said. Diane nodded with the expression of someone filing information. "They are just lovely," she said. "Very unique." The word unique landed in the room and stayed there for a moment. Rosa smiled and said thank you with the equanimity of a woman who had decided not to examine the compliment too closely. The remainder of the evening proceeded with the surface warmth of people making a genuine effort in the presence of a complicating variable. Diane spoke about her real estate work, the current state of the Lake Geneva market, a property she had recently closed that she described in architectural detail that went unrequested. She referred to Cole as your guy twice before I heard it enough to start counting, and then stopped counting because counting was making it worse. She did not ask Rosa a single question about San Antonio, about the library, about David's engineering career, about any of the 30 years of life that had produced the man her daughter was marrying. Rosa, for her part, was gracious in a way that required no effort to observe and considerable effort to produce. She listened. She smiled at the right moments. She asked Diane one question about Lake Geneva, a genuine question about the landscape there, and listened to the answer with the full attention she gave everything. After the plates were cleared and the evening was winding toward its natural end, Rosa looked at Cole and then at me with the warmth of a woman who had already made a decision. "We would like to host the rehearsal dinner," she said, "if you will let us. It is a tradition in our family. The groom's side hosts, and David and I have been looking forward to it. There is a Spanish restaurant in the short north that looks wonderful. We would be honored." I looked at Cole. He was already looking at me. "We would love that," I said. "Thank you, Rosa." Rosa squeezed my hand across the table. Nothing more needed saying. Diane said nothing. She picked up her water glass and drank from it and looked at the middle distance of our living room, and the look on her face was the look of a woman adding something to a list she had been keeping. The Navarros flew back to San Antonio on Saturday morning, and I drove home from the airport with Cole feeling the specific lightness of a good visit that had asked nothing complicated of me. And I thought about Rosa's tamales still in our refrigerator, and the way David had listened to Cole talk about the gallery installation. And I held on to both of those things the way you hold on to things you know you will need. Diane called the following morning. I was in the kitchen making coffee, Sunday, still in my robe, and her name on my screen arrived with the particular timing of a call that had been composed overnight. She opened pleasantly, asking how the weekend had gone, how I was feeling about everything, the warmly interrogative tone that preceded a specific destination. She had been thinking, she said, about the rehearsal dinner. She understood that Rosa had made a generous offer, and that was very sweet, truly it was. But she had been doing some research, and there was a private dining room at a steakhouse near the Lake Geneva Country Club that was simply stunning. A private chef, an exceptional wine list, the kind of experience that people remembered. She had already spoken to the manager about availability. I set my coffee mug on the counter. "Mom," I said, "Rosa and David offered first. It is their tradition. It means something to them, and it is going to be in Columbus." The silence that followed was different from the silences I was accustomed to navigating. It was not the silence of Diane composing her next argument. It was the silence of a woman who had heard a tone in her daughter's voice that she did not recognize and was deciding what to do with it. I had not softened the sentence. I had not prefaced it with, "I appreciate your thinking," or "I know you mean well," or any of the dozen phrases I had spent years inserting before honest statements to cushion their landing. I had simply said the thing directly in the voice I used with families in clinical settings when the information was clear and the decision was final. The silence lasted 4 seconds. She said, "I was only trying to help." "I know," I said. "The dinner is in Columbus." We finished the call shortly after. I stood at my kitchen counter with my coffee and noticed that my hands were completely steady, which surprised me because I had expected the directness to cost something physically, to register somewhere in my body as the adrenaline of conflict. But there was nothing, just the ordinary Sunday morning kitchen and the coffee and the specific clarity of a sentence that had been said and could not be unsaid. I called Rosa that afternoon to confirm. Rosa said, "Wonderful, we will make the reservation this week." Then there was a brief pause, and in the pause was everything she was choosing not to say, every gracious and generous restraint of a woman who had sat at my kitchen table the night before and watched Diane refer to her son as "your guy," and had said nothing, asked for nothing, required nothing. "Thank you, Bridget," she said. "We are looking forward to it." I held the phone for a moment after we hung up. The kindness of Rosa's silence, the way it made room for me without commentary or scorekeeping, was the most gracious and simultaneously devastating thing I had received in months. Devastating, because it showed me, by direct contrast, the shape of what I had been navigating. I added the call to my document. Date, summary, outcome. Entry 41. Then, 3 weeks later, an email arrived from Patricia Oakes. The subject line read, "Toast Order Confirmation, Navarro Williams, Reception." Patricia was checking in on the program sequence for the evening, the standard coordination she did with all couples in the months leading up to their date. She asked me to confirm the order of speakers and any timing preferences I had for the flow of the reception. Attached to the email was a document. Patricia's note above the attachment read, "I wanted to make sure you were aware this had been submitted. I received it last week. I thought you should see it before I made any decisions about the program." I opened the attachment. It was a toast. 600 words, formatted as a speech, with a title at the top that read, "Mother of the Bride Remarks, Diane Williams." I read it once, quickly, the way you read something when your brain is moving faster than your comprehension. Then I went back to the beginning and read it slowly. The entire speech was written in the first person. I. The speech covered Diane's own love story, her real estate career, her vision for my future, her feelings about the family she had constructed, her gratitude for the guests who had come to witness this moment in her life. Cole appeared once in the 41st sentence, described as a nice young man from Texas. He was from San Antonio. He had grown up with Rosa's tamales and David's quiet engineering precision and Sunday phone calls that cost nothing and gave everything. He had built a speaker cabinet from raw lumber in our living room and remembered the names of every person he had ever been introduced to, and had sat beside me on a couch while my mother said things about him that he was too decent to acknowledge. He was not a nice young man from Texas. He was the person I was marrying, and he had been allocated one sentence. The speech was positioned in the document as the first toast of the evening, before the best man, before Nora, before Rosa and David. First. I set my phone on my desk and sat very still for a moment. Then I called Patricia. She answered on the second ring, her voice carrying the efficient warmth I had come to associate with her. I told her I had read the attachment. I told her it had not been submitted with my knowledge. I asked her to remove it from the program entirely. Patricia said, of course, "I will update the sequence now." There was a brief pause before she continued. "I want you to know," she said carefully, "that I forward correspondence like this to the couple as a standard practice. Everything that comes in regarding your event goes to you first." I understood what she was saying without her having to complete the sentence. She had received a draft toast from a mother of the bride, submitted directly and without the couple's knowledge, and instead of quietly incorporating it into the program as the sender had apparently intended, she had sent it to me. Patricia Oakes knew Diane. I had known this since the venue conversation months ago. The country club with the 280 seats, the coordinator Diane had already spoken to before telling me she had been looking at options. Patricia and Diane had a professional history, and Patricia had chosen to forward the submission rather than honor it. That was information. I did not call her, did not email, did not acknowledge receiving the document at all. I simply let it disappear from the program and went back to the work of planning a wedding that was now 4 months away. Something in me had stopped bending. I cannot identify the precise moment. It was not the rehearsal dinner phone call, though that was part of it. It was not the attachment, though that clarified something. It was more like a slow structural shift, the kind that happens in buildings over time, a gradual redistribution of weight that eventually produces a new load-bearing configuration. I had spent 31 years bending in the direction of Diane's needs, softening my sentences, absorbing her redirection, paying the debt of distance and independence in installments of deference. And somewhere in the months of planning and documenting and driving to Lake Geneva and sitting at Denny's with my father and watching Rosa hold a foil package of tamales like it was the most natural thing in the world, something had finished calculating. The wedding was 4 months away. I had a document with 42 entries, and Patricia Oakes had just shown me, quietly and without fanfare, that not everyone in this story was playing the role Diane had assigned them. That was the thing about careful people. They did not announce their allegiances. They demonstrated them in small, precise actions that you only fully understood later, when the larger picture had assembled itself around the detail you almost missed. I was paying attention. 6 weeks before the wedding, Cole and I were at the kitchen table on a Tuesday evening doing what couples do in the final stretch of planning a large event. Which is to say, we were staring at a seating chart software on his laptop with the specific, exhausted focus of people who have been making small decisions for 11 months and can feel the finish line without quite being able to see it. The wine was warm. We had poured it an hour earlier, and neither of us had remembered to drink it because we had been absorbed in the particular geometry of fitting 140 people into a room in a configuration that honored existing relationships, accommodated known tensions, and did not place anyone near a speaker if they had mentioned even once being sensitive to sound. Cole was good at this in the way he was good at all spatial and acoustic problems, methodically, without frustration, treating each constraint as information rather than obstacle. I was good at it in a different way, the way you become good at managing complicated interpersonal terrain when you have been doing it your entire life without being given credit for the effort. We had the main tables finalized. The head table, the family tables, the friends and colleagues distributed across the room in a configuration that felt, if not perfect, then considered. Rosa and David at table 2, close enough to the head table to feel included in the center of the evening, beside Gary's assigned seat at table 3. We had put Gary at table 3 deliberately, close to the family core, visible and present. He was the father of the bride. He belonged near the front. Diane was at table 3 as well, adjacent to Gary, not beside him, a configuration that acknowledged their shared parental role without requiring them to spend the evening in close physical proximity. Cole and I had discussed this placement for longer than we had discussed almost anything else in the seating chart, calibrating the distance with the care of engineers accounting for load. We saved the file, closed the laptop, and I finally picked up my wine. It was 11:23. We were going to bed. At 11:47, my phone buzzed on the nightstand with an email notification. The sender was Diane Williams. The subject line read, "Seating suggestions, updated thoughts." I looked at the ceiling for a moment, then I picked up the phone. Cole was already asleep, or close to it, his breathing the slow and regular rhythm of a man whose conscience was clear and whose relationship with sleep was uncomplicated. I did not wake him. I opened the email and followed the attachment link to a revised version of the seating chart we had finalized 3 hours earlier. Diane had made several changes. She had moved herself from table 3 to the head table, inserting her name between mine and Cole's in the seating sequence, positioning herself as the central figure of the primary table in a room configured around the couple getting married. She had relocated Gary from table 3 to table 6, which was in the outer ring of the room, near the back, populated with second and third cousins and a college friend of mine whose connection to the family was warm but peripheral. She had placed Gary, the father of the bride, the man who had driven 4 hours to every significant event of my life and left voicemails I still kept in a folder on my phone, in the social equivalent of the overflow section. And she had moved Rosa Navarro. Rosa, who had been seated beside David at table 2, had been relocated in this revised chart to table 9. I looked up table 9 in the room layout. Table 9 was near the kitchen entrance. I set the phone face down on the nightstand and lay in the dark for a moment, listening to Cole breathe beside me, feeling the specific quality of a feeling I did not have a clean clinical name for, but that lived somewhere between fury and grief and the exhausting recognition of a pattern so consistent it had stopped being surprising. I did not sleep well. In the morning, I made coffee and waited until 8, which felt like the earliest reasonable hour for a conversation I intended to have only once, and called my mother. The call lasted 18 minutes. I know because my phone logged it, and I checked afterward. Diane's position, delivered with the calm certainty of someone who had prepared their arguments overnight, was that as mother of the bride, she deserved a place at the head table, that the current arrangement made her feel sidelined at her own daughter's wedding, that she had invested enormously in this event, and the seating configuration did not reflect that investment, that Gary would be perfectly comfortable at table 6, because he was easy and adaptable and did not have the same social obligations she had in a room full of people who knew her professionally. She did not address Rosa's relocation, not once in 18 minutes. I let her finish. I had learned, over years of clinical work and over 31 years of this specific relationship, that interrupting Diane mid-argument was less effective than waiting for the argument to complete itself, because an interrupted argument simply resumed with additional momentum, whereas a completed one at least had an end. When she finished, I said, "The seating chart is not changing." She said, "Bridget, I just want to feel like I matter at my own daughter's wedding." I held the phone and looked out the kitchen window at the Columbus morning, the light coming through the oak tree in the courtyard below our apartment, the ordinary Tuesday world going about its ordinary business. "It's not your wedding, Mom," I said it quietly. No heat in it, no shaking in my voice, no apology built into the tone, just the sentence, placed in the space between us like a document on a table. The silence that followed was the longest of our entire 18-minute conversation. Diane said, "I see." She said it the way people say, "I see," when they do not see at all and are deciding what to do next. Then she said she had to get to an appointment, which may or may not have been true, and we ended the call with the surface civility of two people who had just exchanged something irreversible and were temporarily pretending otherwise. I sat at the kitchen table and finished my coffee. When Cole came out of the bedroom 20 minutes later, still in the gray Ohio State t-shirt he had been wearing since Tuesday, he looked at my face and at the laptop open in front of me with the revised seating chart pulled up and understood the shape of the morning without requiring explanation. "My mother is not sitting by the kitchen," he said. He said it without anger, with the flat certainty of someone establishing a coordinate that was not subject to negotiation. "I know," I said. "It is already fixed." He poured himself coffee and sat across from me, and we did not discuss it further, because there was nothing further to discuss, and the morning continued. What I did not know on that Tuesday morning, what I would not know until the following weekend when the pieces connected, was that the seating chart was not the only arena where the ground had been shifting. Cole's younger sister, Vanessa, was 28 years old, a pediatric nurse at a hospital in San Antonio, the kind of person who delivered difficult information to frightened parents for a living, and had consequently developed an extremely accurate internal instrument for distinguishing between what people said and what they meant. She was direct without being unkind, precise without being cold, and she loved her brother with the uncomplicated fierceness of someone who had watched him be a good person for 28 years and considered that worth protecting. Vanessa flew in from San Antonio on the Friday before the wedding, the same weekend as the rehearsal dinner Rosa and David had organized at the Spanish restaurant in the Short North. She landed at Columbus John Glenn Airport at 6:40 in the evening and checked into the hotel where the out-of-town guests were staying, a mid-range property near the venue that Cole had arranged a room block at months earlier. She called Cole from the hotel lobby at 6:58. Cole took the call in our bedroom, door half open, and I was in the kitchen assembling the components of a salad I was not particularly hungry for, moving on autopilot, processing the accumulated weight of the week. I was not listening to his call. I was aware of his voice at a low register, the specific cadence of someone receiving information rather than sharing it, the particular quality of his silence when he was choosing what to say next. He came into the kitchen 12 minutes later. He had the expression he wore when he needed to tell me something he had been deciding how to tell me since the moment he heard it. The careful neutrality of a man who was respecting both my ability to handle difficult information and his own awareness that the information was, in fact, difficult. He sat at the kitchen table. "Vanessa ran into Kelsey at the hotel check-in," he said. I put the salad tongs down. He told me what Kelsey had said, and he told it to me straight, without editorializing, without softening the specific words Kelsey had used, because Cole understood that I was a person who needed accuracy, not management. Kelsey had introduced herself to Vanessa in the check-in line, unprompted. She had said that she was the maid of honor, which was not accurate. Nora was my maid of honor, but Kelsey had said it anyway. She had said that Bridget had always been difficult. She had said that the whole family was dreading how Bridget was going to act this weekend. She had said that their mother had been holding the family together for 30 years and nobody appreciated it. She had said all of this to Cole's sister in a hotel lobby before the rehearsal dinner had even started. I stood at the kitchen counter and looked at the salad I had been assembling. The cucumber slices, the cherry tomatoes in a small pile, the wooden bowl Cole had bought at a farmer's market 2 summers ago. I walked to the sink and turned on the faucet. The water came out cold, the way Columbus tap water ran cold in October, and I put both hands under it and stood there. The water ran over my hands and the sound of it filled the small kitchen, and I focused on the temperature of it, the specific sensation of cold, running water against my palms. And I stood there for a full minute. Cole did not ask me if I was okay. He sat at the table and let me stand at the sink for as long as I needed to, because he understood that some moments require the physical reality of cold water and a full minute of silence, more than they require words. I turned the faucet off, I dried my hands on the dish towel. I came back to the table and sat across from him. What I was understanding, sitting at that table in the October kitchen with the salad still on the counter, was something I should perhaps have understood sooner, but had been inclined, in the persistent optimism of someone who still wanted to believe in the better version of her own family, to overlook. Kelsey was not simply Diane's echo. An echo was passive, reactive, a reflection of sound that originated elsewhere. What Kelsey had done in that hotel lobby was not passive. She had walked up to Vanessa Navarro, a woman she had never met, the sister of the man marrying her own sister, and she had delivered a preemptive narrative. She had seeded, in the Navarro family's perception, an image of Bridget as difficult and ungrateful, and the source of her own family's distress. She had done this before the weekend started, before the rehearsal dinner. Before anyone had eaten a single plate of Rosa and David's carefully chosen Spanish food or clinked a single glass, Kelsey was not Diane's echo. She was Diane's advance work. And she had been operating in the Navarro family's space, the space of the people I was about to permanently join, without my knowledge and without my consent, on behalf of a narrative that required my diminishment to sustain itself. I looked at Cole across the kitchen table. He was looking back at me with the level, steady attention that had been one of the first things I loved about him, the attention that did not flinch and did not perform and did not require me to be smaller than I was in order to receive it. The wedding was 6 days away. My document had 51 entries. And somewhere in a hotel lobby 3 miles from where I was sitting, my sister had just introduced herself to my future sister-in-law as the maid of honor and described me as difficult, which meant that the weekend I had been preparing for was not going to be the event I had planned, but rather the event that had been planned around me while I was looking at seating charts and finalizing toast orders and driving to Lake Geneva on weekends to sit with my father at a Denny's and try to understand the shape of what was coming. I was beginning to understand it now. The wedding was 6 days away, and I was no longer the only one in the room who had been keeping records. 4 weeks before the wedding, I drove to Lake Geneva alone. The official reason was the photograph box. Cole and I had planned a reception display along the windowsill of the Linden Estates secondary hallway, a curated arrangement of family photographs spanning both our childhoods, the kind of detail that makes a wedding feel inhabited rather than staged. Rosa had already sent a padded envelope from San Antonio containing 12 photographs, each one wrapped individually in tissue paper, labeled on the back in her careful librarian's handwriting with names and years. My photographs were in a shoebox in my parents' guest room closet, a collection my mother had assembled over the years without any particular organizational system, chronology mixed with occasion, mixed with the general archaeology of a family's documented existence. I needed the box. That was the reason I gave Cole when I told him I was making the drive alone. He accepted it without comment, which meant he understood there was probably more to it, and had decided that asking was less useful than trusting me to tell him when I was ready. I drove north on a Thursday morning in late September, the Ohio and then Wisconsin landscape doing its autumn work outside the windows, the maples already committed to orange, the oaks still negotiating. The drive gave me 5 hours of the specific thinking that only happens in a moving car, where the body is occupied enough that the mind can work without interference. I had been carrying the weight of the Denny's conversation for 4 months. Gary's voice at the corner booth, the 2 cold coffees, 14 months of marriage counseling delivered in the careful language of a man who had been turning it over long enough to have worn the edges smooth. I had added it to my document, filed it, noted it, and then set it aside in the way you set aside information that is important but not yet actionable, waiting for the context that would tell you what to do with it. I was not sure what I was driving toward. I only knew that the photograph box was a reason that made sense to everyone, including me, and that the house on Birchwood Lane had been pulling at something in my attention for weeks in a way I could not precisely articulate. I arrived at 11:40 in the morning. The wrought iron gate was open. The front garden was neatly kept, Gary's influence visible in the edged borders, and the late-season mums he had planted along the front walk in the particular burgundy he favored. His car was not in the driveway. Diane answered the door in her work clothes, blazer and pressed slacks, laptop open on the kitchen table behind her, a real estate contract visible on the screen from where I stood on the porch. She was on a call, she said, pressing the phone briefly to her shoulder, but she waved me in with the gesture of a woman managing multiple things simultaneously, which was her natural state and which she wore with the satisfaction of someone who considered busyness a form of achievement. She pointed upstairs without breaking her call. I went up. The house had a quality that morning I noticed immediately and could not fully name, a sealed, pressurized stillness, the kind of atmospheric tension that accumulates in a space where something has been decided but not yet announced, where the air itself seems to be holding information it has not been given permission to release. I had felt it in families before, in waiting rooms, in the particular silence of a household where an adult is managing a truth that the other people in the building do not yet have access to. I walked down the upstairs hallway, past the photographs Gary had hung, the curated record of the family in the space no guests saw, and turned into the guest room at the end of the hall. The room was neat in the impersonal way of guest rooms that are not regularly used, the quilt squared on the bed, the nightstand clear, the air carrying the faint cedar scent of a closet that was opened occasionally, but not often. I crossed to the closet, opened it, and looked up at the top shelf. The shoebox was there, toward the back, behind a stack of Diane's old real estate binders and a folded extra blanket. I reached up with both hands and worked it forward carefully, shifting the binders to make room, pulling the box toward the edge of the shelf. The manila folder was behind the binders. I did not see it until it was already falling. It hit the closet floor, and the contents fanned out across the hardwood in the way that papers fan when they have been held together without a clip, a spread of printed pages that landed face up in a rough arc around my feet. I bent to gather them automatically, the instinct of tidiness operating before cognition caught up, and I picked up the nearest page and read the first 2 lines before I understood what I was holding. Then I read them again. The pages were printed emails. The header information was intact, sender addresses and timestamps visible at the top of each page, the chain organized in reverse chronological order the way printed email threads typically appeared. The correspondence was between a sender identified as Diane Williams, her personal email address rather than her professional one, and a recipient named Stephen Foley. I stood in the guest room closet doorway and read. The earliest emails in the stack were professional in register, the language of 2 people who worked in adjacent fields discussing a property transaction, referencing square footage and zoning classifications, and commission structures. They were dated 14 months ago, which placed their origin in the same month Gary had told me the marriage counseling began. The emails did not stay professional. The shift happened gradually across the thread in the way that a change in weather happens, incremental, and then suddenly total. By the 3rd month, the language had softened into something personal, references to dinner, to a conversation that had apparently continued somewhere other than email, to a shared opinion about something neither of them named directly, but both of them clearly understood. By the 6th month, the correspondence had moved into territory that required no interpretation from me or from anyone else who might have found themselves standing in a closet doorway in Lake Geneva on a Thursday morning in late September. I stood there for what was probably 3 minutes, but felt considerably longer. The guest room was very quiet. Downstairs, I could hear the faint sound of Diane's voice, still on her call, the professional cadence of a woman discussing a listing, her tone warm and measured and completely ordinary. I sat down on the closet floor. Not because my legs gave out, though there was a moment where that felt possible, but because sitting felt like the appropriate response to what I was holding, the physical posture of a person who needs a moment before deciding what to do next. I looked at the pages spread around me on the hardwood floor. 14 months of correspondence. The same 14 months during which my father had been sitting across from a therapist in a Lake Geneva office, working through the careful, systematic language of a man trying to save something he did not know had already been redirected somewhere else. Gary had been trying to repair a marriage. The marriage had not been available for repair. It had been, for 14 months, occupied. He did not know this. I was certain of that with the same certainty I was certain of anything that morning. The man at the Denny's, the man with the 2 cold coffees and the measured language of someone turning over a genuine grief, did not know about Stephen Foley. He had been describing symptoms. He had not had access to the diagnosis. And then, with the specific clarity of a detail that has been waiting in a file for the right moment to become relevant, a name surfaced in my memory. Stephen Foley, +1, the 67-name guest list. The spreadsheet Diane had emailed in the first week after our engagement, formatted with the precision of a woman who had been building it longer than 3 days. I had scrolled through it, noted the 31 names I did not recognize, archived the document, and moved past the name near the bottom without interrogating it. Stephen Foley, +1. The 14 months of correspondence in my hands aligned precisely with the 14 months Gary had described at the Denny's, to the month. The counseling had started when the emails started. My father had begun trying to save his marriage in the same season his wife had begun conducting something else entirely, and he had sat in that therapist's chair for over a year, working on a problem whose actual nature he did not have access to. I gathered the pages carefully. I squared them against the floor, aligning the edges the way you align documents you intend to replace exactly as you found them. I took my phone from my back pocket. I photographed every page. Methodically, without rushing, holding the phone steady over each sheet, checking the frame to ensure the text was fully visible, the header information legible, the timestamps clear. I worked through the entire stack in the order I had gathered them, front to back, and when I finished, I checked the photo roll to confirm every image had captured correctly. Then I replaced the folder behind the real estate binders on the shelf, in the position and angle it had occupied before it fell, as precisely as I could reconstruct. I pulled the shoebox the rest of the way off the shelf. I closed the closet door. I sat on the edge of the guest room bed for a moment with the shoebox in my lap. The house was still quiet below me. Diane's call had ended. I could hear the specific silence of a person at a keyboard, the occasional soft sound of mouse clicks, the ordinary productive afternoon of a woman who did not know what had just been documented on the floor above her. I went downstairs with the shoebox under my arm. Diane looked up from her laptop. "Did you find it?" I said I did. She looked at me for a half-second longer than the question required, the brief, assessing glance of a woman whose instincts were professionally calibrated to read rooms and people. Then she looked back at her screen. "Drive safe," she said. I said I would. I told her I would call when I got home. I walked out the front door, put the shoebox in the back seat of my car, and drove south out of Lake Geneva without turning on the radio. I drove the first hour in the specific silence of someone who is not yet ready to think about what they know. The Wisconsin landscape moved past the windows, the October maples, the flat gray of the late afternoon sky, the highway signs counting down the miles to the Illinois border, and then to Indiana, and then to Ohio, and then to a kitchen table where Cole would be waiting without knowing he was waiting for anything. I did not call him from the road, not because I was withholding. That is an important distinction. I was not keeping a secret from my husband in the way that secrets are kept, deliberately, with the intention of concealing. I was keeping it in the way you keep something fragile when you are not yet certain how to carry it, when you need to understand the shape and weight of what you are holding before you ask someone else to share the load. I got home at 7:40. Cole had made dinner. Pasta, something with roasted tomatoes and basil from the small pot on our windowsill, and the apartment smelled of garlic and warm bread, and he looked up from the stove when I came in with the shoebox, and his face asked the question his mouth did not. I said I got the photos. He said good, and handed me a glass of water, and we ate dinner together at the kitchen table, and I was present and warm and entirely there with him, because because this man was my home in every sense that mattered. And the thing I was carrying was not about him and not about us, and would not become about either until I understood it clearly enough to explain it. After dinner, after the dishes, after Cole had moved to the couch with his book and the apartment had settled into its evening rhythm, I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. I had never, in 11 months of planning, looked at the Linden Estates vendor partnership page. I had visited the website for the venue itself, reviewed the event packages, confirmed the catering arrangements, communicated repeatedly with Patricia Oakes. But the vendor partnership section, the page that listed the commercial relationships the estate maintained with developers and contractors and service providers, had never been relevant to anything I needed. I found it in 3 clicks. It was a standard page, the kind of thing institutional venues published for transparency, listing the names of partner organizations alongside their contribution categories: catering partners, floral design affiliates, event technology providers, commercial development partners. Under commercial development partners, third entry from the top, was a name: Foley Property Group, LLC. I stared at the screen. The name sat there in clean sans serif font, entirely ordinary in the context of a vendor list, entirely extraordinary in the context of everything I had photographed on a guest room floor 4 hours earlier. Stephen Foley's company was a commercial development partner of the Linden Estate, the venue I had chosen after touring 6 properties. The venue Diane had initially tried to redirect me away from, toward a Lake Geneva country club, before abruptly reversing and endorsing the Columbus location. The venue where Patricia Oakes worked, the same Patricia Oakes who had a prior professional relationship with Diane and had nevertheless forwarded the unauthorized toast submission to me rather than incorporating it into the program. I sat at my desk for a long time. Then I picked up my phone and called Patricia Oakes. It was 8:47 in the evening. I did not know if she would answer. She answered on the 3rd ring, her voice carrying the same efficient warmth it held during business hours, the quality of a professional who did not fully clock out. I said, "Patricia, I have a question and I need you to be direct with me." She said, "Of course." I asked her how she knew Diane Williams. The pause that followed lasted 4 seconds, which in a phone conversation is a very long time. Then Patricia said, "We worked together on a property transaction about 2 years ago. Stephen Foley's firm and your mother's real estate office. I was the venue liaison on the event side of the development. We were introduced professionally." I said, "And Stephen Foley? Is he expected at the wedding?" Another pause. Shorter this time. "He is on the vendor partnership attendance list for the reception," she said. "As a development partner, his firm receives a standard event invitation for gatherings held at the estate. It is a contractual courtesy." I assumed your mother had discussed his attendance with you given their professional connection. I looked at the wall above my desk. The Zaha Hadid print Cole had hung without being asked on our 3rd day in the apartment. She had not discussed it, I said. Patricia was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Bridget, I want you to know that everything regarding your event comes to you first. That has been my practice, and it will continue to be." I thanked her. I ended the call. I sat at my desk in the quiet Columbus evening and understood, with the cold and clarifying precision of a diagnosis finally named, what I had been assembling across 11 months of careful documentation. My mother had not been trying to control my wedding because she needed to be the center of attention, though that was part of it. She had been trying to control my wedding because Stephen Foley was going to be in the room. She had needed to manage every variable: the venue, the seating, the toast order, the guest list, the narrative, because the one person who could complicate her version of the story was going to be seated at table 11. And she had built this entire architecture of control around an event that belonged to me and Cole. The wedding was 4 weeks away. I opened my document. I began a new entry. I wrote for a long time. I want to tell you about the specific feeling of a puzzle completing itself. Not the satisfying click of the final piece dropping into a corner where the image was already clear. I mean the other kind. The kind where you have been looking at a collection of shapes for months, moving them around, noting their edges, filing them carefully in a document with timestamps. And then one evening, you sit at a desk in Columbus, Ohio, with a phone still warm from a call you just ended, and the shapes arrange themselves without your permission into something you can see all at once and cannot unsee. That was the night of September 26th, 4 weeks before my wedding. I sat at my desk for a long time after the call with Patricia ended. The apartment was quiet around me, the sounds of Cole in the living room, the soft turn of a page, the occasional shift of weight on the couch, the ordinary domestic sounds of an evening that did not know it was about to change its shape. I went back through the document I had been building since the 67-name guest list arrived in my inbox 11 months earlier. 56 entries, dates, descriptions, screenshots, notes. I'd been keeping it the way a speech therapist keeps clinical records, factually, without editorializing, in the precise, neutral language of someone who understood that what you documented mattered less than whether you could defend its accuracy. I started at the beginning and read forward. Entry 1, the guest list. 67 names, 31 unrecognized, 1 flagged with a question mark beside it. Stephen Foley, +1. Entry 6, the venue conflict. Diane's phone call 3 days after the Linden Estate deposit cleared, the Lake Geneva Country Club, 280 seats, the coordinator she already knew. Her insistence, her particular urgency, the way she had already spoken to the manager about availability before telling me she had been looking at options. Entry 12, the toast submission. The 600-word draft delivered directly to Patricia Oakes, bypassing me entirely, submitted with the assumption it would be incorporated as the first toast of the evening. Entry 19, the revised seating chart. Diane at the head table between Cole and me. Gary relocated to the outer ring. Rosa Navarro placed near the kitchen entrance. I read each entry with the new information laid over it, the way you place a transparency over a diagram, the second image clarifying what the first one could not show alone. The venue conflict reordered itself first. Diane had not pushed for the Lake Geneva Country Club because she preferred it aesthetically or because she wanted the social capital of hosting at a property adjacent to her professional territory. She had pushed for it because it was a venue where she controlled the variables, where she knew the coordinator, where she could manage the environment. When the Lake Geneva option fell through and the Linden Estate became the venue, she had not abandoned the need for control. She had simply relocated it. She had leveraged her existing relationship with Patricia, the relationship forged through the Foley Property Group transaction, to submit a toast draft directly, to attempt to insert herself into the program's architecture, to keep her hands on the shape of the evening. The seating chart revision reordered itself next. Moving herself to the head table was not simply ego, though it was that too. It was positioning. A woman who needed to be visible and central in a room containing Stephen Foley needed to be at the most prominent table in that room, the one where every guest's eye naturally landed throughout the evening. Moving Rosa to table 9 near the kitchen entrance was not just cruelty, though it was that too. It was the instinct of a woman managing a stage, clearing sightlines, repositioning the people who might otherwise draw the room's attention away from the narrative she intended to hold. The guest list, with its 67 names and its real estate clients and its professional acquaintances, was not just an audience for Diane. It was a buffer. A room populated significantly with people who knew her professionally, who had a version of her that she had constructed carefully over years. People who would interpret the evening through that constructed version, regardless of anything that happened in it. 11 months of documentation, and it had never been about my wedding. It had been about managing a room that would contain the one person who threatened her version of her own story. I closed the document. I stood up from my desk, and I went to find Cole. He was on the couch with a novel, something with a dark cover I had seen him carry around for 2 weeks. He looked up when I came in, and something in the way I was standing made him close the book without marking his page. I sat in the armchair across from him, the one we had carried up 3 flights of stairs on a Saturday last spring, and I told him everything. I started with the folder on the guest room floor. I described the closet, the shoebox, the folder sliding from behind the real estate binders, the pages fanning across the hardwood. I told him what the emails were, and I described their progression from professional to personal to intimate, without editorializing, in the same factual register I had used in my document. Because Cole was a person who did not need emotional framing to understand the weight of information. He needed accuracy, and he would supply his own response. I told him about the 14-month timeline aligning with Gary's counseling. I told him about the Denny's, which I had not shared before, not in full detail, because I had been waiting to understand it completely before asking him to carry it with me. I told him what Gary had described at the corner booth, the money, the Christmas party, the progressive narrowing of a shared life. And I told him that my father had been doing all of that without knowing why the marriage had become unreachable, without knowing that the reason had a name. I told him about the vendor partnership page, about Foley Property Group, LLC, listed under Commercial Development Partners, about calling Patricia and what she had confirmed. Cole listened to all of it without interrupting. This is one of the things I love most about him, the specific quality of his attention when someone is telling him something that matters. He does not jump ahead. He does not offer the conclusion before you reach it. He sits with the information as it arrives and lets it accumulate into its own shape before he responds, which is rarer than it sounds and more valuable than I knew how to articulate before I had a consistent example of it. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment, looking at the middle distance between us with the expression of a man processing the architecture of what he had just been handed. Then he said, "So she has been managing a cover story inside our wedding." He said it the way engineers say things, as a structural observation, a description of what had been built and how, without additional judgment because the judgment was self-evident. I said, and she needed to control the narrative because the one person who could complicate it was going to be seated at table 11. Cole looked at me. He said, "What do you want to do?" I had been turning this question over since I sat down at my desk 3 hours earlier. What do you do with information like this? There were several available responses, each of them with their own logic and their own costs. You could confront, you could expose, you could withdraw. You could use what you knew as leverage, or as protection, or as the foundation of a conversation that would need to happen eventually with your father, who deserved to know the thing that had been withheld from him for 14 months while he sat in a therapist's office working on a problem that had not been available for working. I said, nothing. Not yet. The wedding is in 3 weeks. Cole nodded slowly. I picked up my laptop from the coffee table where I had left it earlier, and I looked at him. I said, "But I want Tyler to run the ambient reel, the full evening, every room." Tyler Marsh was Cole's sound assistant, 24 years old, a recent graduate of Ohio State's audio production program, who had been working with Cole for 2 years on events across Columbus and Central Ohio. Cole's company offered an ambient audio reel as a keepsake service for high-end events, a full evening capture that preserved the candid sound of a wedding day, the toasts and the laughter and the conversations and the music. In a high-quality recording, the couples received afterward as a document of the day as it actually sounded, rather than as it was performed for a camera. Tyler ran the reel with a set of discreetly placed ambient microphones, positioned in the reception hall and the cocktail area and near the entry, recording to a dedicated channel on a laptop at the soundboard. Not broadcasting, not live, simply capturing. Cole looked at me for a moment when I said it. I watched him make the connection. Not the full connection. He did not yet know exactly what would happen at the wedding. Neither did I. But he understood the logic of what I was asking and why the ambient reel was the right instrument for the evening ahead. He understood that a room full of 140 people, one of whom had been conducting 11 months of stage management in service of a narrative she intended to perform at my wedding, was a room that deserved to be accurately documented. He nodded once. That was all. No speech, no lengthy discussion of implications or strategy. One nod from a man who trusted my judgment and understood mine without requiring me to explain the architecture of it. I closed the laptop. The apartment was quiet around us again, the Columbus evening doing its ordinary work outside the window, the October air cooling toward the temperature it would hold on the day we got married. 3 weeks, I thought. 21 days. I had a document with 56 entries and a folder of photographs on my phone and a call with Patricia Oakes logged at 8:47, and the specific, grounded certainty of a woman who had been keeping careful records for 11 months and understood, finally, completely, what she'd been keeping them for. I did not sleep well that night, but I slept better than I had in months, which told me something about what it costs to carry partial information and what it feels like to finally hold the complete picture. The wedding was 3 weeks away, and for the first time since the engagement, I was not managing what was coming. I was ready for it. The bridal suite at the Linden estate was on the second floor, a corner room with 2 tall windows that looked out over the oak trees. And when I arrived at 8:45 on the morning of October 14th, the light was coming through those windows at the particular angle of an early autumn morning that has decided, after weeks of negotiation, to be genuinely beautiful. Nora was already there. This is the thing about Nora Castillo that I have never been able to adequately explain to people who have not experienced it firsthand. She does not arrive. She is simply present, reliably, at the moment she is needed, without announcement or requirement of acknowledgement. She had been my closest friend for 6 years, since we met at a neighborhood book club in our first year in Columbus that neither of us attended more than twice, but that produced the one friendship worth keeping from the entire endeavor. She was 32 years old, a high school history teacher who spent her days helping 16-year-olds understand that the past was not a collection of dates, but a sequence of decisions made by people who could not see what was coming. And she brought this same patience and structural clarity to every complicated situation in her personal life. She had arrived before me with a cardboard carrier holding 2 large coffees and a paper bag from the bakery 3 blocks from our apartment that she knew I liked. And she had set them on the vanity table and was hanging the bridesmaid dresses on the garment rack with the efficiency of a woman who had a plan and was executing it before anyone asked her to. She looked at me when I came through the door and said, "You look like someone who slept." I said, "I did, actually." She handed me a coffee without another word, and that was the entire greeting, and it was exactly right. The suite filled gradually over the next hour. 2 of my closest friends from the practice, women I had worked alongside for 4 years, arrived together with a bottle of Prosecco they had no intention of opening before noon, but wanted to have available on principle. My cousin from Madison, Lena, 29, arrived in a rush of apology about parking that nobody needed her to make. The woman who did hair came in with a rolling case that opened into an architecture of tools and products, and the woman doing makeup arrived 5 minutes behind her. And suddenly the room was warm with bodies and the smell of hairspray and the steam coming off a curling iron and somebody's playlist filling the corners with something acoustic and unhurried. I want to tell you what that room felt like because it mattered. It felt earned. That is the only word for it. Every woman in that room had shown up because she wanted to be there, not because she was managing an obligation or navigating a social calculus or positioning herself in a family architecture. They were there because they loved me and because the day was worth celebrating and because sometimes a room full of women getting ready for something good is its own complete and sufficient thing. I sat in the chair at the vanity and let the hairstylist work and watched the room in the mirror and felt, underneath the particular nerves of a wedding morning, something solid, a foundation. The specific structural security of a woman who knows what she is walking toward and has done the work to be ready for it. My phone was on the vanity table, face up, screen intermittently lighting with messages from vendors confirming final details, and from Cole's best man, Derek, with a photograph of Cole in his tuxedo jacket that made me look at the mirror for a moment to compose myself. At 9:34, it buzzed with a text from Kelsey. I read it in the mirror's reflection first, which gave me a half-second of distance before my eyes focused directly on the screen. Mom's upset about the toast order. She knows you had hers removed. Just a heads up. I set the coffee down. 3 minutes later, a second message arrived below the first. She's been crying since last night. I don't know how today's going to go. I read both texts twice. Then I picked up the phone, turned it face down on the vanity table, and looked at my reflection. The hairstylist continued working, sectioning and pinning, her focus entirely on the architecture of what she was building. Nora, who was standing near the window with her own coffee, had been watching my face in the mirror. She said, "What?" I said, "She's going to do something today." Nora set her cup on the windowsill. She did not move toward me in a rush of comfort or alarm. She simply gave me her full attention, the way good listeners do, which is by becoming still. She said, "How do you know?" "Because she always does something," I said. "The question is when." Nora looked at me for a moment, reading the surface of my expression for the information I was not speaking, which she had been doing for 6 years and had become very accurate at. She picked her coffee back up. She said, "Okay, just that, okay." Not a question, not a reassurance, not an attempt to reframe or minimize or redirect. The acknowledgement of someone who had heard what I said, believed me, and was adjusting her own readiness accordingly. The room continued its work around us. Someone laughed at something on the playlist. Lena's Prosecco got opened at 10, which was technically before noon, but close enough that nobody commented. The makeup artist began on my foundation with the focused precision of a woman who understood that her work today would be photographed and was approaching it accordingly. At 10:12, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call. Diane's name on the screen. Nora saw it from across the room. She walked over, positioned herself beside me without being asked, close enough that she could hear the speaker if I held the phone slightly away from my ear. The makeup artist paused, brush in hand, reading the room. I answered. Diane's voice was controlled. That was the first thing I registered, and the thing I registered as most significant, because Diane in distress was loud, and Diane managing a strategy was quiet, and this was quiet. The controlled register of a woman who had prepared what she intended to say and was delivering it with precision. She told me she was aware that her toast had been removed from the evening's program. She said she had put considerable thought and care into what she had written. She said that as mother of the bride, she had an expectation of a speaking opportunity that was, she used the phrase, appropriate to her role. She said that she had been looking forward to addressing the guests on this occasion for many months. Then she said that without a speaking slot that reflected her position in this family, she could not guarantee how the day would feel. I held the phone steady. Nora's eyes moved to my face. Her lips shaped a silent question. Is she threatening you? Diane was still talking, building the architecture of her position, adding detail to the structure she had been constructing since the night before, the crying Kelsey had referenced, the preparation for this call. The careful language of a woman who understood that direct threats were less effective than implications. I waited for a pause. When it came, I said, "Mom, I have to finish getting ready. I love you. I'll see you at the ceremony." I ended the call before she could respond. The room was quiet for a moment, the playlist filling the space, something finger-picked and gentle, entirely mismatched to the atmospheric pressure of the last 90 seconds. Nora stared at me. She said my name the way people say a name when the name itself is the entire sentence. I picked up the mascara wand the makeup artist had set on the vanity table. I turned back to the mirror. "She wants a reaction," I said. "I'm not giving her one. Not until I'm ready." The makeup artist looked at Nora. Nora looked at the makeup artist. Some understanding passed between them that did not require language. The specific solidarity of women who have recognized a situation, and the makeup artist picked up her brush and resumed her work without comment, which was exactly the right response, and which I was grateful for in a way I did not have time to express. Nora moved back to the window. She stood there with her coffee and looked out at the oak trees and did not say anything else, because she understood that what I needed was not counsel or comfort, but company, and she was providing it in exactly the form it was required. At 10:27, my phone buzzed with a text from Cole. I read it once. Then I read it again. Audio check done. Tyler's running the ambient reel from cocktail hour forward. Full evening. The makeup artist was working on my eyes, and I needed to hold still, and I did, looking straight at the mirror, at my own face, in the early stages of becoming the face I would wear for the rest of the day. And I felt something move through me that was not triumph, and was not relief, and was not the satisfaction of a plan confirmed, though it contained elements of all three. It was the feeling of a foundation being tested and holding. Cole was 2 floors below me, in a groom suite I had not seen, in a tuxedo I had not seen, coordinating the sound for an event he had spent months preparing. And he had run his equipment check and confirmed his assistant, and sent me 4 words that meant everything they said, and considerably more than that. He knew what the reel was for. He had known since the night I told him everything at our kitchen table, since the single nod across the coffee table that had required no elaboration because we were 2 people who had spent 2 years learning each other's logic and trusted what we knew. Tyler Marsh would be at the soundboard from cocktail hour forward, with the ambient microphones positioned in the reception hall and the entrance corridor and the cocktail area, recording to a dedicated channel, capturing the evening as it actually occurred, rather than as anyone intended it to be performed. Whatever Diane had planned, whatever she was going to do, the version she was going to perform for the room she had spent 11 months trying to manage, it was going to be documented. Not for use. Not as ammunition, as record. I set the phone face down on the vanity table and looked at myself in the mirror. The makeup artist was doing something precise near my left eye, her brush moving in small, careful strokes, and the room around me had resumed its warm noise. Lena refilling Prosecco glasses, someone changing the playlist to something with a slightly stronger beat. Nora turning back from the window with the expression of a woman who had processed what she needed to process and was ready for whatever came next. I looked at my reflection for a moment. The woman looking back at me had done the work, had kept the records, had driven to Lake Geneva and sat at a Denny's and photographed a closet floor and called a venue coordinator at 8:47 on a weeknight and told her husband everything at a kitchen table and requested 4 specific words about an ambient reel that were now sitting on her phone screen. Like a confirmation of arrival. She was ready. I picked up my coffee, which had gone lukewarm, and drank it anyway. The wedding was 4 hours away. And Diane Williams, in a hotel room somewhere between Lake Geneva and Columbus, was preparing a performance for a room that had been quietly, completely, and irrevocably wired for sound. The garden ceremony space at the Linden Estate held 140 white chairs arranged in 10 rows on either side of a fieldstone path, and at 1:55 in the afternoon on October 14th, those chairs were full. I know this because Gary told me. Standing beside me in the corridor off the main entrance where we waited for the processional to begin, that he had looked out from the side of the garden and every single chair was occupied. He said it with the quiet satisfaction of a man noting a fact that pleased him, and I understood that what he was actually saying was that people had come, that the day was real, that we were here. He looked distinguished in his dark suit, my father. He had pressed it himself, I could tell by the crease lines, slightly too sharp at the shoulders, in the way of a man who ironed his own clothes and took the task seriously without having been formally trained in it. His silver hair was combed, his shoes were polished, and he held himself with the straight-backed posture of a man who had decided, at some point between the Denny's in April and this October afternoon, that he was going to be fully present for this particular hour, regardless of what it cost him. He offered me his arm without ceremony. I took it. The string quartet positioned at the far end of the garden near the oak tree had been playing for 20 minutes already, something measured and classical that I had chosen because I wanted the guests to arrive into music rather than silence. Through the glass door, I could hear it faintly, the specific sound of strings in open air, slightly softened by distance and atmosphere. Pastor James Whitfield was 55 years old, a minister from San Antonio who had known the Navarro family for 30 years, since Cole was 3 and Rosa had volunteered in the church's literacy program. He was a tall man with a calm, unhurried quality that came from having officiated hundreds of significant moments, and understanding that his primary function was not to perform, but to hold space for the people who were. Cole had called him in January and asked if he would come to Columbus, and James had said yes, without asking about dates first, which Cole had told me later and which had made me love the man before I met him. I had met him at the rehearsal dinner the previous evening, and he had shaken my hand and said, "I have heard a great deal about you from Cole." Then he had paused and added, "All of it accurate, I suspect." It was the kind of sentence that required knowing both the person who said it and the person it was about. And it had made me feel, standing in the Short North restaurant with Rosa's carefully chosen food on the table around us, that the right people were assembled for the right occasion. The music shifted. The processional began. I heard the bridesmaids' cue and the sequential quiet that moved through the guest rows as the garden registered the beginning of the ceremony. Gary's arm tightened slightly under my hand, not from nerves, from attention, from the specific physical expression of a father who is present in a way that costs him something and is paying it anyway. I said quietly, "Are you okay, Dad?" He said, "I'm the one who should be asking you that." I said, "We can both be okay." He made a sound that was almost a laugh. Then the door opened and the October light came in, and we walked forward into the garden together. I want to tell you what it was like to see Cole at the altar, and I find that I cannot do it with the precision I have brought to everything else in this story. There are certain things that resist the clinical language of documentation, that exist outside the architecture of timestamps and entry numbers and careful neutral observation. And Cole's face when I walked toward him down the fieldstone path was one of those things. I will say only this. He looked at me the way someone looks when they have been waiting for the most important thing they know is coming, and it has finally arrived. Not with performance, not with the constructed emotion of a person aware of being watched, but with the raw, unmanaged expression of a man who was genuinely and completely undone by the sight of his own future walking toward him through the October light. I held his gaze, and I walked toward it, and I was aware of nothing else for those 48 steps except the path under my feet and his face at the end of it. Gary placed my hand in Cole's. He held both our hands for a moment, his over ours, and then he stepped back, and I looked at my father's face one more time before I turned entirely toward Cole. And what I saw there was a man who had found the word he had been looking for. He stepped back and took his seat in the front row beside Diane. I noticed in the peripheral register of my awareness that he did not look at her. He sat, adjusted his jacket, and directed his gaze forward, toward the altar, toward me and Cole and James Whitfield standing in the October sun. It was the ceremony began. James spoke with the warmth of a man who knew both families and had done the work of understanding what this particular union meant. He talked about Cole in terms that were specific and true, the kind of specificity that comes from genuine knowledge rather than prepared remarks. And I watched Cole receive it with the slight, ducked quality of a man who is moved and trying not to show how completely. Then the vows. We had written our own. This had been one of the first decisions Cole and I made together about the wedding, agreed upon in approximately 30 seconds at our kitchen table over takeout in January, neither of us needing to argue for it because it was obvious to both of us that we were not people who would stand in front of everyone who mattered to us and read words someone else had written for the occasion. Cole went first. He held both my hands, and he spoke without notes, without looking away from my face, and the garden went quiet in the specific way of 140 people who have collectively stopped doing anything except listening. Not the polite, attentive quiet of a crowd managing itself, the genuine stillness of people who are receiving something real. His vows were specific and unhurried and deeply, privately true. The kind of words that work on two levels simultaneously, carrying the public meaning of a declaration and the private meaning of a conversation only two people fully understand. He talked about the park in the rain and what my face looked like when I said yes, and the ceiling fan that we still argued about, and the particular quality of a Tuesday morning with good coffee and nothing required of either of us. He talked about what it felt like to be known. I held his hands and listened, and felt the October light on my back and the fieldstone solid under my feet, and thought, with the complete and simple certainty of a woman who has found what she was looking for, that this was the correct place and the correct person and the correct moment, and that everything that had been required to arrive here had been worth exactly what it cost. The garden was completely still. Then, in the front row, I saw movement. Not dramatic movement, not the kind that announces itself. The small, specific movement of a hand moving to a bag, a zipper pulled with the particular care of someone trying not to make noise, and then the unmistakable rectangle of a phone screen lighting up in the front row, held at a slight downward angle, but visible, its glow catching the corner of my peripheral vision with the specific brightness of a screen outdoors in afternoon light. Diane was typing. She was sitting 6 feet from me. Cole was mid-sentence, his voice steady, the garden holding its collective breath around his words. And in the front row to my left, his mother-in-law had her phone out and was composing something with the focused attention of a woman who had decided that whatever she was doing was more pressing than the vow being spoken in front of her. The guests in the seats nearest her registered it first. I watched. A ripple moved outward from the front row, person to person, the quiet contagion of communal discomfort. Gary, seated directly beside Diane, did not look at her phone. He did not look at her. He held his gaze forward, toward me, with the fixed attention of a man who had made a decision about where to direct his energy today and was honoring it with every degree of discipline he possessed. I held Cole's gaze. This was the choice in the moment, and I made it immediately and completely. I did not look at the front row. I did not let my eyes drop to the phone screen, or the hand holding it, or the face of the woman who had decided that her text message, whatever it contained, was worth the vow her daughter's husband was speaking. I held Cole's eyes. He felt the shift in the room without seeing it. I watched it register, a single flicker of his gaze toward the front row, a fraction of a second, and then back to me. And in that return, his expression did not change, and his voice did not waver, and he continued his vow exactly where he had left it, without a stumble, without a pause, without giving the disruption the acknowledgement of even a broken sentence. That was Cole Navarro. That was the person I was marrying. 2 rows behind the front, seated in the section just past the immediate family, a woman named Elena, 55, Rosa's cousin from San Antonio, a retired school teacher who had driven 14 hours with her husband to be at this wedding, leaned forward in her chair. She said in a voice calibrated precisely to reach the front row and no further, "Could you put that away, please?" Not a question. The grammatical form of a question with the delivery of a statement. Diane put the phone away. She did it slowly, with the specific deliberateness of a person ensuring that the act of compliance was itself visible, communicating through the performance of the gesture that she was choosing to honor the request rather than being required to, that the agency remained hers even as the behavior changed. The garden resettled, the quiet returned. Cole finished his vow. I took a breath and began mine. In the 5th row aisle seat on the left side of the garden, a man I had been aware of since I came down the aisle sat with his hands folded in his lap. He was 54 years old, silver-haired, in a charcoal suit that was well cut in the way of a man who considered presentation a professional obligation. He had applauded at the correct moments with the measured, appropriate enthusiasm of a person managing his own visibility. He had not, in the entirety of the ceremony, made eye contact with the front row. Not once. He watched the ceremony with the particular stillness of a man who has calculated the geometry of a room and knows exactly where his presence sits within it. Rosa Navarro, seated 2 rows behind him on the diagonal, had noticed him at the start of the processional, not because she knew who he was, because he was the only person in the garden who looked like he was working. I know this because Rosa told me afterward, in the specific detail of a woman whose librarian's instinct for reading people had not diminished in retirement. She said she had watched him from the moment she sat down and had understood, without knowing the specifics, that he was attending the ceremony the way you attend something that intersects with your own interests rather than something you have come to celebrate. She had filed the observation and said nothing. She was Rosa Navarro. She would know when to use it. We were married at 2:47 in the afternoon by Pastor James Whitfield under the October oak trees of the Linden Estate Garden, with 140 witnesses and a string quartet, and the fieldstone path my grandmother would never walk, and my father's hand holding mine for one moment before he stepped aside. I was smiling when James pronounced us married. I was genuinely, completely, and fully smiling. I was also counting down, because cocktail hour started at 3:15, and Tyler Marsh had been at the soundboard since 2 o'clock, and the ambient reel was running, and whatever Diane Williams had decided to do today was about to find its audience. The reception moved inside at 3:30, the garden giving way to the ballroom as the October afternoon cooled toward the temperature that required walls and warmth and the particular human density of 140 people who had just witnessed something and were now ready to celebrate it. The Linden Estate Ballroom was the room I had stood in 11 months earlier and known immediately was right. The exposed brick along the north wall, the Edison lighting strung across the vaulted ceiling in long, warm arcs, the hardwood floor that had been refinished to a honey color that caught the light at every angle. Round tables dressed in ivory linen with low arrangements of white ranunculus and eucalyptus, the same flowers from the bridal suite, replicated across the room in a way that felt continuous rather than designed. The jazz trio, a pianist and bassist, and a drummer playing with brushes, positioned near the east wall, their sound filling the room at the volume of background conversation, present without competing. This was the room as I had imagined it. As Cole and I had planned it together at the kitchen table, over 11 months of decisions large and small, every element chosen because it reflected something true about who we were, rather than who we were performing for. I want to hold that image for a moment, because what I am about to tell you happened inside it, and the contrast matters. The cocktail hour had the specific quality of energy that only arrives in a room full of people who are genuinely pleased to be together. Not the performed enthusiasm of an obligatory gathering, the real warmth of 140 people who had driven from Columbus and San Antonio and Madison and Lake Geneva because they wanted to be in this specific room on this specific afternoon. The past appetizers moved through the crowd on white platters, small toasts with smoked salmon, miniature crab cakes, the kind of food designed to keep hands occupied and conversations flowing. Glasses of Prosecco and sparkling water caught the Edison light as people moved and gathered and separated and regathered in the natural choreography of a room finding its social configuration. I moved through it with Cole's hand at the small of my back, or mine at his, the two of us circulating through the warmth of people who loved us, stopping for hugs and photographs and the specific conversations that happen at weddings, where people tell you things they have been meaning to say for years, and the occasion has finally provided the permission. Rosa found me near the floral arrangement at the west wall and held both my hands and looked at my face for a moment without speaking, the way she sometimes did when she had something to say that required finding the right container for it. She said, "Your vows were beautiful, Bridget." I said, "So were his." She smiled, and in the smile was everything she knew about her son and everything she was coming to know about me. And she squeezed my hands once before someone drew her back into the current of the room. Tyler Marsh had been at the soundboard since 2 o'clock. He was 24 years old, a recent Ohio State graduate in audio production who had been working with Cole for 2 years on events across Central Ohio. He was good at the work in the specific way that young professionals are good when they have technical skill and genuine interest in equal proportion, not just executing a task, but understanding why each decision served the larger purpose of the event. Cole trusted him with the technical architecture of significant occasions, which was the highest form of professional confidence Cole extended, and Tyler understood the weight of that trust and operated accordingly. The ambient reel was his primary responsibility for the evening. Cole's company offered the service for high-end events as a keepsake product, a full audio portrait of the wedding day captured through a set of ambient microphones positioned strategically around the venue. Not a formal recording of speeches and music. Those were captured separately through the house system. The ambient reel was something different. The candid sound of the day as it actually happened, the laughter in the corners, the toasts in progress, the conversations that would otherwise exist only in the memories of the people who had them. Couples received the reel afterward as a document of the day's actual texture, the version that existed beneath the photographs. Tyler had placed 4 ambient microphones throughout the space, one near the entry corridor where guests arrived from the garden, one at the center of the reception hall capturing the room's general atmosphere, one near the bar where conversations tended to concentrate, and one near the east wall floral display, a large arrangement of white branches and hanging greenery that served as the cocktail hour's primary visual anchor and drew clusters of guests for photographs throughout the hour. The reel recorded to a dedicated channel on Tyler's laptop at the soundboard. It was not connected to the house speakers. It did not broadcast. It captured and stored privately, invisibly, the way a good archivist operates. Cole's lapel mic was a separate instrument entirely. It was clipped to his tuxedo jacket and connected to a live coordination channel he shared with Tyler, a standard arrangement for events Cole managed, allowing them to communicate about technical adjustments without moving across the room. Cole knew the mic was active. He'd clipped it on himself at 1:45 before the ceremony, and it had been live since. At 4:18 in the afternoon, Tyler's voice came through Cole's earpiece on the coordination channel. He said, "You need to hear something." I know the next part of this story because Cole told me afterward, in the hotel room that night, sitting on the edge of the bed, still in his tuxedo jacket, describing it with the careful precision of someone who understood that the details mattered and that I would want them accurately. Cole had been standing near the soundboard at the edge of the room, half a glass of champagne he had not been drinking beside him on the table, watching the cocktail hour with the professional awareness of a man who was simultaneously a guest and the person responsible for the evening's audio infrastructure. When Tyler's voice came through his earpiece, he moved to the board, positioned himself beside Tyler, and accepted the earpiece feed Tyler offered him. Tyler had patched him into a specific segment of the ambient reel, a 60-second capture from the microphone positioned near the east wall floral display, time-stamped 4:12 to 4:13. Cole listened. The voices were clear. The ambient microphone near the floral display had been positioned to capture the room's general atmospheric sound in that corner, and 2 people standing close to the arrangement, believing themselves to be in a private conversation within the larger noise of a cocktail party, had spoken at a volume that the microphone had recorded with complete fidelity. Diane's voice came through first. I know its register the way I know my own heartbeat, the particular pitch and cadence of a woman who had been the primary sound of my childhood, and Cole, who had been listening to it across dinner tables and phone calls for 2 years, recognized it without needing to be told whose it was. She said when she does her little toast, "I'm going to stand up. I have something to say." A pause. Then Kelsey's voice, lower, with the specific compression of someone trying to speak quietly in a public space. "Mom, please, not today." Then Diane again, and the quality of her voice had changed. The edge of controlled frustration that had characterized the first sentence was gone, replaced by something lighter, almost amused, the particular tone of a person who has been patient for a very long time and has finally arrived at the moment they were waiting for. She said, "Watch me destroy her big day." Cole stood at the soundboard with the earpiece in, and his expression, by his own account, did not change. This is a thing about Cole that I had observed over 2 years of knowing him, in situations that ranged from professionally stressful to personally complicated. His face did not perform his internal state. It remained available for information without broadcasting reaction, which was a quality I associated with people who had trained themselves to be useful in situations that required accurate assessment rather than emotional response. He listened to the rest. Kelsey said, "What about Stephen?" Her voice had a new note in it, a specific anxiety beneath the compression of keeping her volume low. She said, "He is right there." Diane said, "He knows." We talked. The segment ended. Tyler looked at Cole. He said, "What do you want to do?" Cole was quiet for 4 seconds. I know this because Tyler told me the same story later and confirmed the duration with the particular accuracy of a young audio professional who was accustomed to counting time in precise intervals. Then Cole said, "Save the file. Timestamp it. Do not touch the house system." Tyler nodded. Cole picked up his phone. Across the ballroom, I was standing near the center of the room with Nora, both of us with Prosecco glasses and the warm residue of an hour that had been, up to this moment, genuinely and uncomplicatedly good. My dress was slightly warmer than I had anticipated in a full room, and my feet were noting the hours already logged in heeled shoes, and I was in the middle of a sentence about something Rosa had said earlier when my phone buzzed in the small wristlet bag Nora was holding for me. She handed it to me without breaking the conversation. I looked at the screen. One word from Cole. Ready. No question mark, not a query, an assessment. I looked across the room. The crowd between us was dense with the cocktail hour's population, people in clusters and pairs, and the fluid small groups of a reception at its warmest point. But Cole was taller than most of the room, and I found him at the soundboard without difficulty, his lapel mic catching the Edison light, his eyes already on mine. I read the text again. I thought about the guest room closet floor in September, and the Denny's in April, and the document with 56 entries, and the call with Patricia at 8:47 on a weeknight, and the single nod across the coffee table that had required no elaboration. I thought about Tyler's reel, running on a dedicated channel, capturing the evening as it actually was, rather than as anyone intended it to be performed. I looked up and found Cole's eyes across the room. I nodded. One nod, the same as his had been across the coffee table 3 weeks earlier, the currency of two people who had spent 2 years learning each other's logic well enough to transact in the smallest possible units. Cole held my gaze for a moment. Then he looked back at the soundboard, and I looked back at Nora, and the jazz trio moved from one standard to the next, and the cocktail hour continued its warm and celebratory progress toward dinner. And somewhere near the east wall floral display, time-stamped and saved and sitting in a file on Tyler's laptop, a 60-second segment of audio was waiting, with the patient certainty of documented truth. Dinner service was in 45 minutes. The toasts would follow. And Diane Williams, somewhere in the room around me, was waiting for her moment. She was not the only one. Dinner service at the Linden Estate ran from 5 o'clock to 5:40, and the kitchen did what Patricia Oakes had promised it would do, which was execute a meal for 140 people with the timing and precision of a well-rehearsed performance. The braised short rib with its accompaniment of roasted root vegetables, the pan-seared salmon for the guests who had requested it, the warm bread that arrived in cloth-lined baskets at each table and disappeared within minutes. The room had the sound of a dinner going well, silverware and conversation, and the occasional rise of laughter from a table that had found its rhythm. I ate almost none of it. Not from anxiety. From the specific, heightened alertness of someone waiting for something they know is coming without knowing its precise shape, The way you feel in the minutes before a storm that the radar has confirmed, but the sky has not yet acknowledged. My fork moved through the short rib, and I tasted it once and set it down and picked up my water glass and watched the room. Cole, beside me at the head table, ate with the calm appetite of a man who had done his preparation and trusted its outcome. He had checked in with Tyler twice via the coordination channel between courses. Brief exchanges I could identify by the slight tilt of his head that indicated he was listening to something through his earpiece rather than the table conversation. Each time he had returned his attention to the room without changing expression, which told me the reel was running and nothing had required intervention. Derek Paulson was Cole's best man and had been his closest friend since their freshman year at Ohio State, where they had met in an intro audio production class and discovered a shared conviction that sound design was undervalued in every context it operated in. He was 35, worked in commercial audio for a production company in Columbus, and had the specific ease of a person who was comfortable being in front of groups without needing them to be looking at him, which made him an ideal MC for an evening that required someone who could hold a room without dominating it. At 5:45, Derek rose from his seat at the head table and moved to the standing microphone positioned to the left of the dance floor, and the room shifted its attention toward him in the natural way of guests who understand that the formal portion of the evening is beginning. He tapped the mic once, a professional habit, confirming a level with the efficiency of a man who had done this hundreds of times and was not going to leave audio quality to chance. He said good evening, and the room gave him its attention. The toast sequence began. Cole's best man from San Antonio, a man named Marcus Webb, 34, a software architect who had known Cole since high school, went first. His toast was 4 minutes, and the kind of specific. He began with a story about Cole at 17 that I had not heard before, the kind that required knowing someone well enough to have been present for their less polished moments. The room laughed in the genuine, surprised way of people receiving information that was both funny and illuminating, and Cole received it with the ease of a man who was entirely present for being known. He looked at me at one point during the toast, a brief, sideways glance, with the expression of someone who was simultaneously amused and slightly mortified, and I leaned toward him and said, very quietly, "I need to hear the rest of that story." He said, "You really don't." I was smiling when Marcus finished and the room applauded, and it was a real smile, the kind that comes from the inside of a moment rather than the surface of it. Nora stood next. I want to tell you about Nora's toast because it deserves its own space in this story. She had been my closest friend for 6 years, and she had never, in any of our interactions across those 6 years, delivered a speech or a presentation or even a long toast at a dinner party. She was a woman who operated in the register of direct conversation, one person at a time, the specific intimacy of genuine attention. So I did not know, until she stood at that microphone with a single index card she did not look at once, that she was also someone who could hold 140 people in the palm of her hand for 3 minutes. She talked about the day we met, the book club neither of us attended more than twice, the shared disdain for the word synergy, the drinks afterward that had turned into dinner, and then a friendship that had never required maintenance because it ran on honesty rather than effort. She talked about watching me build my practice and my life in Columbus with the particular pride of someone who had been present for the building and understood what it had required. Then she talked about Cole. She said she had watched me for 6 years bring the same quality of attention to everyone I worked with, every patient, every colleague, every person who came into my professional orbit needing to be heard. She said she had watched me give that attention generously and consistently, and that it was one of the things she admired most about me. And then she said that what she had watched Cole do from the first evening she met him was give that same quality of attention back to me, and that some people went their entire lives without receiving the thing they were best at giving, and that watching Bridget receive it was one of the most satisfying things she had witnessed in her adult life. The room was very quiet at that part, not the cocktail hour quiet of people pausing their conversations. the deeper quiet of people who have been given something true and are sitting with it. Cole's hand found mine under the table. He did not say anything. He did not need to. Nora raised her glass, and the room raised theirs, and she sat down, and I looked at my plate for a moment, because I needed a second before the evening continued. Rosa and David stood together. David spoke first, briefly, with the warmth of a man who chose his words with the same care he had brought to structural calculations, ensuring they would bear the weight placed on them. He said that he and Rosa had raised Cole to understand that a life built with the right person was the most significant structure a person could inhabit, and that watching Cole find that person in Bridget was a source of joy he did not have adequate engineering vocabulary for. And the room laughed, and he smiled with the satisfaction of a man who had made exactly the joke he intended. Rosa stood beside him, her hand in his, and said a few sentences in English about the day, about the ceremony, about looking at her son at the altar. And then, near the end, she switched into Spanish, a single sentence, unhurried, delivered to the room without translation or apology. The room leaned in. None of the guests at the tables nearest us spoke Spanish fluently, but the gesture required no translation, the way certain things require no translation, because their meaning arrives ahead of their language. Rosa was speaking to her son in the voice he had grown up hearing, the voice that meant home and origin, and the particular love of a parent who has watched a child become fully themselves. And the room understood this completely, even without access to the specific words. David said, "She said you are everything we hoped for." He was speaking to me. My throat tightened. I looked at Rosa, and she was looking at me with the expression I had been trying to find language for since I first met her, the specific warmth of a woman who had decided to love you and was simply proceeding accordingly. The applause for Rosa and David was different from the others. Warmer, fuller, the sound of a room that had been given something it would carry with it. Derek returned to the microphone. He thanked Rosa and David, acknowledged the beauty of what had just been offered, and began the transition sentence that would bring Cole and me to the microphone for our own remarks to the guests. He had gotten 4 words into that sentence. In the third row from the front, a chair pushed back from a table. The sound of it was small, a scrape of wood on hardwood that would not have been audible in a louder room. But the dinner had left the space in the particular warm quiet of people who are full and content and attentive, and the sound carried. Diane stood. She did not hurry. She picked up her wine glass from the table, a deliberate gesture, the glass lifted and held in the specific way of someone who intends to be recognized as making a toast rather than an interruption. She stepped away from her chair with the practiced ease of a woman who had thought about this movement, how it would look, how it would read to a room, the confident, unhurried step of someone who had been rehearsing this approach since last night at minimum. Derek, at the microphone, stopped mid-sentence. He looked at me. The look was a question and an apology and an offer simultaneously. The face of a professional who had encountered an unscripted variable and was checking with the principal before deciding how to manage it. I held his gaze for 1 second. Then I gave him the smallest nod, the permission. Let her. Behind me, close enough that I felt rather than heard it, Nora said my name. 1 syllable, low, the specific register of a friend who is watching something unfold and needs to confirm that the person in the center of it is still navigating. I said, "I know." The room had noticed Diane standing. The natural awareness of a seated group had already shifted toward her, the instinctive attention of people registering a standing figure in a room full of chairs. The jazz trio, which had been playing softly during the toast transitions, stopped. The pianist lifted his hands from the keys with the sensitivity of a musician who reads rooms for a living. Diane raised her glass. She scanned the room with the specific expression of a woman surveying an audience she has been anticipating. The slight lift of the chin, the slight softening of the lips, the settled satisfaction of someone who has arrived at the moment they calculated for. In the 5th row, on the aisle, Stephen Foley lifted his wine glass and took a quiet sip. He did not look toward the front of the room. He did not turn his head at the sound of the chair or the shift of the room's attention. He looked at the surface of his wine with the studied neutrality of a man who was performing the act of not noticing. 2 tables to the left and back, Rosa Navarro watched him not look up. She was still for a moment, the way Rosa was still when she was reading something accurately. Then her hand moved, slowly, beneath the table, and found David's, and she held it. She understood something the rest of the room did not yet. Diane said, "I have something I need to say, something that cannot wait." The room processed the sentence. The toast sequence was not complete. Derek was still at the microphone. The bride and groom had not yet spoken, and Diane Williams was standing in the 3rd row with a wine glass and the certainty of someone who had determined that the program was secondary to what she intended to deliver. Some guests exchanged glances. Others went still with the instinctive wariness of people who have registered that a social script is being departed from, but cannot yet determine in which direction. Gary, at table 3, looked at his hands. He placed them flat on the ivory tablecloth, both palms down, and looked at them with the expression of a man who has made a decision and is holding it with his whole body. Kelsey, seated 2 seats from Gary, had gone the particular color of a person whose blood has redistributed itself in response to the information arriving in her nervous system. She did not move. She sat with her wine glass still in her hand and her eyes fixed on Diane, with an expression that contained something more complex than distress, something that looked, from where I stood, like a person watching an event they had been warned about and had not believed would actually occur. Diane said, "Gary and I are separating. I have made my decision, and I wanted the people who love us to hear it from me directly." The room went silent. Not the warm, attentive quiet of the Rosa and David toast, not the cocktail hour buzz of people pausing their conversations. This was the absolute atmospheric silence of 140 people receiving information that their nervous systems had not been prepared to process. Information that arrived in a room decorated for celebration and did not fit any frame that celebration provided. It lasted 3 full seconds. I stood perfectly still at the head table with my champagne flute in my hand and my face arranged in the expression of someone who had been given, by 11 months of careful preparation, the extraordinary and specific gift of not being surprised. I was waiting. The next 60 seconds were going to change everything in that room, and only 2 people in it knew exactly how. The silence that followed Diane's announcement had weight. Not the metaphorical weight of a difficult moment, but actual physical weight, the kind you feel in your sternum, in the specific tightening of the chest that happens when a room full of people absorbs something simultaneously and has no shared framework for processing it. 140 people, dressed for a wedding, sitting at tables laid with ivory linen and half-finished plates of dinner, holding champagne flutes and wine glasses, and the warm residue of Rosa's Spanish sentence and Nora's 3 perfect minutes. And now this. The jazz trio did not move. The pianist's hands remained in his lap. The bassist stood with his instrument, but did not play. The drummer had set his brushes on the rim of the snare with the careful quiet of someone who understood that the room had changed and that his job right now was to be invisible. Diane let the silence sit for exactly long enough to establish that she was comfortable in it. This was a thing I had watched her do my entire life, the strategic pause, the performance of a woman who was at home in the center of a room's attention and had no intention of vacating it. She held her wine glass at the height of a toast and looked across the faces of 140 people who were looking back at her, and she appeared, from the surface of her expression, to be entirely in command. She said, "I have been unhappy for a long time." Her voice carried without the microphone, the trained projection of a woman who had spent 20 years presenting properties to clients in rooms of varying sizes and had learned to fill them. Anyone who truly knows me knows this was not a surprise. The sentence landed with the specific clumsiness of something rehearsed for a different room. She had written it, I understood, for an audience that would respond with sympathy and recognition, people who knew her well enough to nod, to reach for her, to provide the validation the moment required. Instead, she was in a room where 140 people were trying to locate the appropriate response and finding the search unexpectedly complicated. Because it was a wedding. It was the wedding of the daughter she had just publicly claimed to be announcing this for. In the third row, Gary moved. He did not stand quickly. There was nothing sharp in the movement, nothing theatrical, nothing designed to counter Diane's performance with a performance of his own. He rose from his chair with the specific, exhausted dignity of a man who had arrived at the end of a very long calculation and was simply enacting the result. He set his napkin on the table beside his plate. He straightened his jacket with the two small adjustments of a man who had been brought up to leave a room the way he had entered it, with his appearance intact. He looked at me. Across the distance of the ballroom, across the tables and the flowers and the Edison light and the 140 people between us, my father looked at his daughter on her wedding day with an expression I will carry for the rest of my life. It was not pity, and it was not apology in the diminished sense of the word. It was the full, undefended acknowledgement of a man who saw exactly what was happening and what had led to it, and what his contribution to the conditions had been. He said, "I am sorry." His voice was quiet, but the room was quiet enough to receive it. This was not the place. Then he looked at me with something additional in his expression, something that was specifically for me and not for the room. And he said, "I am sorry, sweetheart." He picked up his glass of water, which was the only thing on the table that belonged to him, and he walked toward the exit with the measured pace of a man who did not need to hurry and did not intend to make his departure into a statement. He did not look at Diane. He did not look back. The door to the side corridor opened and closed behind him with a sound so quiet it was almost not a sound at all. Diane watched him go. I watched her watch him go. There was a sequence of expressions across her face in the 3 seconds following Gary's exit that I had never seen from her before, not in 31 years of watching that face manage situations. Surprise first, the genuine and unguarded kind. The response of a woman whose performance had assumed a particular set of responses from its subjects and had received instead something outside the script. Then, indignation, the familiar compression of her jaw and the slight elevation of her chin that I associated with Diane encountering an obstacle she had not accounted for. And then something I did not have a precise name for, a rapid internal recalibration, the visible process of a woman who was reassessing the room she was standing in and adjusting her strategy for the version of events that was actually unfolding rather than the one she had prepared for. She turned back to the room. She said, "I just think honesty." She got 3 words out. At the podium, Derek Paulson looked at Cole. This is the moment I have returned to most often in the months since the wedding. Not the recording itself, not the silence that followed it, but this specific beat. Derek at the microphone, looking across the room at Cole at the soundboard, the two of them exchanging something in the space of a shared glance that required no language because they had been friends for 17 years, and because Cole's face, which did not perform his internal state for anyone, was at this moment communicating something with complete clarity. Cole gave a single nod. Derek stepped back from the microphone slightly, a minimal movement, the trained instinct of a professional, seating the room without making the seating visible. Cole looked at Tyler. Tyler, at the laptop, his hand already on the trackpad, received the nod and executed it with the precision of a young audio professional who had been told what to do and understood why, and did not add anything to the instruction that had not been requested. He located the file. He confirmed the timestamp. He adjusted the output level to the measured volume of ordinary speech in the house system, not blaring, not theatrical, not the amplified drama of an announcement, simply the natural volume of voices in a room, present and clear and complete. He pressed play. The house speakers carried the sound of the east wall floral display ambient microphone from 4:12 in the afternoon, and Diane Williams's voice came through them the way ambient audio always comes through a well-calibrated system, without distortion, without emphasis, simply as it was recorded. Watch me destroy her big day. The words filled the ballroom, not loudly, not with the force of an accusation, with the quiet, ordinary, irreversible clarity of a recording doing exactly what recordings do, which is to preserve what was said in the way it was said, without interpretation or softening or the retroactive editing that human memory performs on its own material. The room received it. Then Kelsey's voice, close to the microphone, the compression of a private conversation in a public space. What about Stephen? Her tone carrying the specific anxiety of a person who has just understood that a variable had not been accounted for. He is right there. Then Diane again, the lighter register, the almost amused quality of a woman who had been waiting and had arrived. He knows. We talked. The recording ended. The House speakers returned to the ambient silence of the ballroom. What followed was not the gasping, reactive noise of a crowd that has been shocked. It was something considerably more substantial. It was the silence of 140 people processing two separate pieces of information simultaneously, each one significant on its own, together forming something that required more than a moment to fully absorb. The first piece was the sentence itself. Watch me destroy her big day. A woman at her daughter's wedding saying this to another person 6 minutes before she stood up and did precisely what she had announced she would do. The second piece was the exchange that followed it, the name Stephen, the acknowledgement that he was present, the information that he already knew, and the specific implication contained in those 4 words, he knows, we talked, landing in a room that had watched a silver-haired man in a charcoal suit sit in the 5th row during the ceremony and perform the act of not noticing the front row for 3 consecutive hours. The silence lasted. Diane was standing in the center of the room with her wine glass still raised at the height of a toast, in the posture she had assumed when she stepped away from her table, with the practiced confidence of a woman who had been rehearsing her moment. The posture had not changed. Her body had not yet received the instruction to change it, or perhaps the instruction had been sent and not processed, because the architecture that had supported that posture, the certainty, the calculation, the 11 months of stage management, the performance of a woman in control of the narrative, had just been disassembled in 43 seconds of ambient audio. She stood in the ruins of it, wineglass raised, in the specific stillness of a person inside a structure that has collapsed around them before they could get out. In the 5th row, Stephen Foley set his wineglass on the table. He set it down with the careful, deliberate placement of a man ensuring it would not tip, the instinctive precision of someone managing the physical details of a situation because the larger situation was beyond management. He did not look toward the center of the room. He did not look toward the front table. He looked at the tablecloth in front of him with the expression of a man who had made a calculation and was now sitting inside the outcome of it. Rosa Navarro from her table had been watching him since the recording ended. She watched him set the glass down. She watched him not look up. She watched the specific quality of his stillness, the performance of a man making himself small in a room that had just become very large. She leaned toward David. She said something in Spanish, low, close to his ear, the words not audible from any other table. David received the words without changing his expression, with the settled quality of a man being told something he had suspected for a while and was not surprised to have confirmed. Rosa straightened. She looked at her hands folded on the tablecloth, and her expression was the expression of a woman who had been right about something and found no satisfaction in it. Kelsey at table 3 had put her face in her hands. Not dramatically, not with the performance of distress, but with the specific movement of a woman whose body had made a decision independently of her will, folding forward over her own lap with both palms pressed against her face, her shoulders curved inward, the physical posture of someone who needed the room to be smaller than it was and was attempting to achieve that through the only means available to her. The room held. 140 people, and not one of them spoke. Then, from the left side of the room, a chair pushed back. Patricia Marsh stood. She was 72 years old, Gary's older sister, a woman who had been attending Williams and Brennan and Marsh family gatherings for 5 decades and had, across those 5 decades, said relatively little at any of them. She was not a woman who performed opinions for rooms. She was a woman who formed them carefully and held them in reserve until the moment when saying nothing would itself become a statement she was not willing to make. She stood at her table with the unhurried steadiness of a woman who had decided something and was not going to be rushed through it. She looked at Diane. She said one word, Diane. Just the name. Flat, final, carrying in its 2 syllables the weight of everything that had just been demonstrated and the collective acknowledgement of a room that had witnessed it. Then she said 2 more words. Sit down. The room did not move. It did not breathe. Diane looked at Patricia Marsh for a moment, the wineglass still in her hand, and whatever she found in the older woman's face did not provide the resource she was looking for, because Diane Williams had spent her life reading rooms and identifying where the support was located and moving toward it. And what she found in Patricia Marsh's face was not support. It was the sealed and absolute door of a woman who had made a judgment and would not be revisiting it. Diane sat. She sat the way a person sits when the chair beneath them is the only solid thing remaining in the room. Not gracefully, not with the composed dignity of a woman who had chosen to comply. She sat the way water finds the lowest available point, because the alternatives had been removed and there was nowhere else for her weight to go. The wineglass made a small sound when she set it on the table. The room exhaled. Not in relief. Not yet. In the collective release of people who had been holding something since the recording ended and had finally been given, by Patricia Marsh's 2 words and Diane's compliance, a moment of structural resolution to orient around. Derek Paulson stood at the podium with his hand on the microphone. He looked at me. I was still standing at the head table exactly as I had been standing when Diane rose from her chair, champagne flute in hand, expression arranged in the composure of a woman who had been preparing for this moment since a September evening when she photographed the contents of a guest room closet and opened a document on her laptop and began to understand what she was building. I set my champagne flute on the table. I looked at Cole. He was already looking at me, the way he always was, level and steady and completely present, his hand resting on the soundboard with the relaxed authority of a man who had done what he came to do and was now entirely available for whatever came next. I took a breath. The room was waiting, and I walked to the microphone. The room was suspended. That is the only accurate description of what the Linden Estate Ballroom felt like in the 30 seconds following Patricia Marsh's 2 words and Diane's descent into her chair. Not chaotic, not loud, not the reactive noise of a crowd that has processed something and is expressing its response. Suspended, the way a held breath is suspended, the way a room feels in the specific interval between a thing happening and the people in the room deciding what the thing was. 140 people, and the silence between them had texture. I stood at the head table and felt it the way you feel weather, not as an intellectual observation, but as a physical reality, the particular atmospheric pressure of a room full of people who were all, simultaneously, looking for solid ground and finding the floor slightly uncertain beneath them. Diane was in her chair. Her wineglass was on the table in front of her. Her hands were in her lap. From where I stood, I could see the line of her shoulders, still set with the posture of a woman who had not fully released the performance, still holding the shape of it even as its foundation had been removed. The way a building sometimes holds its form briefly after the supports are gone, before the weight of it becomes undeniable. The jazz trio had not moved. The pianist's hands were still in his lap. The Edison lights above us continued their warm, indifferent work, illuminating a room that had changed its nature, while the lighting stayed exactly the same. And then, in row 5, aisle seat, Stephen Foley stood up. He did not stand quickly. He did not stand with the energy of someone reacting to an event. He stood with the deliberate, unhurried movement of a man who had assessed the geometry of the room and arrived at a conclusion and was now enacting it, the same way a person stands to leave a meeting that has ended, without drama, without announcement, simply because the meeting has ended and there is no longer a reason to remain seated. He reached behind his chair and collected his jacket from the back of it, the charcoal jacket he had removed during dinner and hung with the neat efficiency of a man who traveled well and managed his possessions with the same precision he brought to his professional decisions. He settled it over his arm without putting it on. He stepped into the aisle. He looked at no one specifically. His gaze moved forward, toward the exit at the far end of the room, with the directed attention of a man who had chosen a destination and was navigating toward it without the detour of eye contact. Not rudely, not with the exaggerated avoidance of someone trying to be invisible, but with the practiced, slightly elevated composure of a person who has been in rooms where things went wrong before and has learned that the cleanest path through them is a direct one. The room watched him. Not all at once, not in a coordinated turn of heads, but in the sequential way that movement draws attention in a still space. Person by person, registering the figure moving through the aisle with the particular attentiveness of people who had just heard a name spoken through a house sound system and were now watching the person attached to that name choose to leave. He was within 10 feet of the exit door when Rosa Navarro spoke. She did not raise her voice. She did not stand. She was seated at her table with her hands folded on the ivory linen, and she said his name across the distance of the room at the measured, carrying volume of a woman who had spent 30 years in a library and understood exactly how to make a sentence reach without making it travel loudly. Mr. Foley. He stopped. The stopping itself was its own statement, the acknowledgement contained in the fact of it, because a man who had not heard would not have stopped, and a man who had nothing to account for would not have stopped in exactly that way, with the particular hesitation of someone who had been hoping the door was close enough. He turned. The room watched him turn. Rosa Navarro looked at him from her table with the expression of a woman who had been reading people accurately for 6 decades and was not, at this moment, doing anything as complicated as reading. She was simply looking, clearly, without performance, the way you look at something you have already understood. She said, "Thank you for coming." 5 words. The sentence arrived in the room with the specific impact of language that has been deployed with surgical precision. Each word in its correct position, the whole construction impeccably, irrefutably polite. There was not a syllable in it that could be characterized as aggressive, accusatory, or rude. It was a perfectly formed expression of social courtesy, the kind you might say to any departing guest at any gathering. And it was the most complete and devastating sentence spoken in that room all evening, because it closed the door on him. It named his presence and acknowledged his departure simultaneously. It confirmed that he had been seen and identified and would be remembered. And it did all of this with the grace of a woman who understood that the most powerful thing you can do with dignity is spend it precisely, at exactly the moment it will accomplish the most. Stephen Foley looked at Rosa Navarro for a moment. Then he nodded once, the nod of a man receiving something he could not answer and knew better than to try. He turned back toward the exit door. He walked through it. It closed behind him with a soft, final click, the sound of a door designed for quiet operation, doing exactly what it was built to do. And in the stillness of the ballroom, that small mechanical sound had the finality of a period at the end of a sentence that had been a long time in completion. The room turned back to Diane, and what happened in that turn was not the simple reorientation of a crowd's attention. It was a shift in understanding, collective, permanent, the specific moment when a room full of people who had been holding separate pieces of an evening's events assembled them into a single coherent picture and saw what the picture showed. It was not just the recording. The recording was the mechanism. The revelation was the architecture behind it, the understanding of why Diane had inserted herself into every decision about this wedding, why she had needed the seating and the toast order and the venue and the guest list and the narrative, why a woman who had spent her professional life managing appearances had been so urgently focused on the management of this specific room. Stephen Foley walking through that exit door, receiving Rosa's 5 words and having no answer for them, had explained everything the recording had only announced. The room understood now. And in understanding it had finished with Diane Williams in a way that no volume of argument or explanation was going to reverse. Diane sat in her chair with her hands in her lap and her wine glass in front of her and the shifted attention of 140 people resting on her. And she looked smaller than I had ever seen her look. Not in stature. Diane was a physically composed woman who carried herself well. She had never been physically small. But the particular largeness she had always occupied, the gravitational field of her presence, the way she had always functioned as the primary frequency of every room she entered, had been removed. And what remained in the chair was a woman without her architecture, sitting in the rubble of the performance she had been building for 11 months. I watched her from the head table and felt something I had not expected to feel. Not triumph, not the hot, satisfying relief of a wrong being corrected. Something quieter and considerably sadder, the specific feeling of watching a person you have loved your entire life arrive at a place you could see coming from a very long distance and could not redirect them away from. I looked away from her. At the table to my right, a chair moved. Kelsey stood. She did not stand the way Diane had stood, with the wine glass and the prepared posture and the practiced confidence of a woman who had rehearsed her moment. She stood the way people stand when they need to be somewhere else and cannot remain in the place they are, pushing back from the table with the unsteady energy of a person whose body has made a decision while the rest of them is still processing the evening. She was not going to defend Diane. I understood this the moment she stood, from the angle of her shoulders and the direction of her gaze and the specific quality of her movement, which was not toward the center of the room, but toward the periphery, toward the same exit door that Stephen Foley had walked through 60 seconds earlier. She was going to leave. She moved through the room with her clutch pressed against her side and her eyes directed at the floor in front of her feet. The particular navigation of someone who cannot afford to make eye contact with anyone in the room because making eye contact would require acknowledging what had just happened, and she was not yet in possession of the resources for that acknowledgement. She reached the edge of the room near the exit corridor. She passed me, and she stopped. I do not know what she had planned to do, whether she had intended to pass me without stopping, or whether the stopping was involuntary. The instinct of a younger sister who had spent 27 years in a specific relationship with an older one and could not pass her at the threshold of the worst evening of their shared family history without pausing. She stopped, and she looked at me, and her face was the face of a woman who had been crying for long enough that the evidence of it had settled into the specific, red-rimmed, slightly swollen configuration of genuine distress rather than performed emotion. She said, in a voice calibrated for me alone, not for the room, not for the 140 people who were watching the exit corridor with the peripheral attention of guests trying to appear as though they were not watching. I knew about the toast. I knew she had written one and that it had been removed. She told me. A breath. She did not know about the announcement, to stand up and say that about Dad. I did not know. Her voice dropped further. And I did not know about Stephen, not until tonight. Not until I heard the recording. She held my gaze with the specific, effortful directness of someone who needs you to believe them and understands they have not yet earned the right to that belief without cost. I'm sorry, Bridge. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I'm sorry for all of it. The things I knew about and said nothing, and the things I didn't know and should have. I looked at my sister. Her face was genuinely wrecked. Not the constructed distress of someone managing an impression, but the actual, unguarded wreckage of a person who had arrived at the real consequences of a long series of small choices and found them considerably heavier than she had calculated. I had known Kelsey for 27 years. I had shared a bathroom with her and Christmas mornings, and the specific experience of being raised in a house with one emotional thermostat that neither of us controlled. I had watched her become Diane's echo over years, not maliciously, not with the deliberate intent of harm, but with the gradual accommodation of a person who found the path of least resistance easier than the alternative, and had taken it so many times it had become the only path she knew. I could see in her face at that moment the possibility of a different path. I said, "I know you didn't know about Stephen." I said it because it was true. The emails in the guest room closet had been Diane's secret, maintained as all significant secrets are, by restricting the number of people who held them. Kelsey had been Diane's instrument in many things, but she had not been her confidant in this, and the recording had delivered to her the same revelation it had delivered to the room, with the added dimension of being delivered about her own mother. I said, "Go, Kels. We will talk when things are quieter." She nodded. Her jaw was tight with the effort of keeping her expression from collapsing entirely in a public space. She turned and walked through the exit door. It closed behind her. I turned back to the room. 140 people were looking at me, not with the suspended, uncertain attention of the moments following the recording, but with the focused, gathered attention of people who had been through something together and were now oriented toward the person at the center of it, waiting to take their cue from her about what this evening was going to be. Cole was at the soundboard. His eyes were on mine. Derek was at the podium with his hand on the microphone, waiting. Nora was at the head table, standing, and the expression on her face was the expression she wore when she had assessed a situation completely and was ready to follow wherever it went. Rosa's hands were folded on the ivory linen, and she was looking at me the way she looked at everything she had decided to trust, which was with her full and uncomplicated attention. I was 31 years old. I was a speech therapist who helped people find the words for things that resisted language. I had been keeping a document with 56 entries for 11 months. I had a father somewhere in the building's side corridor who had set his napkin on the table and walked toward the exit with the exhausted dignity of a man enacting a decision he had made in September. And I had a room full of people who had come to Columbus because they believed today was worth celebrating. It was. It absolutely was. I looked at Derek. I said, "I have got this." He stepped back from the microphone. I walked toward it. The microphone was a standard handheld, the kind Derek had been using all evening. And when I took it from the stand, the weight of it was familiar in the way that any instrument is familiar to a person who has spent their professional life understanding what it means to give someone the means to be heard. I held it for a moment without speaking, not from nerves, not from the need to compose myself. I held it because the room needed a breath before I began, and I needed to feel the specific solidity of the moment, the hardwood floor under my heels, the Edison light above me, the weight of the microphone in my hand, Cole behind me. I had not heard him cross the room. I do not know when he left the soundboard or how he covered the distance without my registering his movement. But at some point in the seconds between Derek stepping back and my taking the microphone, Cole had arrived at my side. His hand was at the small of my back, one point of contact, not gripping, not steadying in the way of someone who thinks you might fall, just present, the way a load-bearing wall is present, not asking anything of you and holding up something essential by the simple fact of being there. I did not turn to acknowledge him. I did not need to. His hand was there and I knew whose it was, and that was the entire communication, sufficient and complete. I set my champagne flute on the nearest table. I did not want to hold it. A champagne flute is a prop for a toast you are performing, and I was not here to perform. I wanted my hands free, both of them, in the way you want your hands free when you are about to say something that requires your whole body to mean it. I looked at the room. 140 people looked back. The room was no longer the warm, celebratory space of an hour ago. It was not hostile, not cold, not broken, but it had been through something, and the people in it had been through it together. And what they were doing now, with their attention directed toward me at the microphone, was waiting. Not the impatient waiting of a crowd that wants to be entertained. The particular weighted waiting of people who do not know whether what they are about to witness is a collapse or a reckoning, and who are waiting to learn which it is so they can decide how to hold it. I began with Cole. This was not a strategy. It was the truth of where I needed to start, the only place that made sense to begin, in a room that needed to remember why it had assembled, what the day was actually about, beneath everything that had been placed on top of it. I talked about the birthday party in the short north, where a man handed me a drink I had not asked for and asked me what I was thinking about. I talked about 2 hours of conversation that began with an 8-year-old patient and ended with both of us standing in Devon's kitchen, washing glasses we did not need to wash because neither of us was ready for the evening to be over. I talked about the Tuesday morning at Hayden Falls Park in October rain, and how I said yes before he finished the sentence, and how I was embarrassed about that for approximately 4 seconds before deciding it was the most honest thing I had done in years. I talked about the ceiling fan. The room laughed, genuinely, and the laughter was the specific kind that comes from a detail so particular and domestic that it could only be true. And the sound of it in that room after the preceding 30 minutes was like a window opening in a sealed space, the sudden movement of air, the awareness that the room could still breathe. I talked about watching Cole listen. I said that in my work, I spent every day helping people find access to their own voices, and that what I had discovered in 2 years with Cole was that the rarest and most valuable thing a person could offer was not eloquence, but genuine attention, the willingness to receive what someone was saying without editing it toward a more comfortable version. I said that Cole had given me that from the first evening and had not stopped, and that it had changed in ways I was still discovering what I understood myself to be capable of. Rosa Navarro pressed a hand to her mouth. I saw it in my peripheral vision without looking directly at her, the gesture of a woman receiving something that had found its way past the careful management of her own emotion, her palm against her lips and her eyes bright with something she was not trying to conceal. David's hand was on her back. Nora, at the head table, had stopped trying to hold her expression together and had simply allowed it, the tears moving freely down her face with the unself-conscious quality of a person who had decided that this moment was worth the undignified reality of public crying and was proceeding accordingly. I let the room have a moment with what I had said about Cole. I let it settle. The laughter from the ceiling fan story still warm in the air, the tears at certain tables visible and unashamed. I let the room remember what it had driven to Columbus for, what it had sat in white chairs in an October garden for, what it had dressed up and traveled for. Then I took a breath, and I said, I want to say something about inheritance. The room shifted. Not dramatically, not with the sharp attention shift of people bracing for confrontation, with the quiet, instinctive gathering of people who have recognized that the tone of a speech has changed and are adjusting their listening accordingly. I said, not money, not property, the inheritance of behavior. What gets passed down, what gets repeated, what we decide as adults to stop carrying. I paused there. The room was very still. I had been thinking about this for a long time, not in the way of someone composing a speech, preparing lines, arranging thoughts for an audience, in the way of someone who had been living inside a question for years and had recently, in the space of one autumn, arrived at an answer. The inheritance of behavior. What it meant to grow up in a household with a single emotional thermostat that someone else controlled. What it cost, over 31 years of installment payments, to absorb the message that your joy was a resource to be managed rather than a condition to be celebrated. What it required, the specific, sustained effort to decide that the pattern ended here, with you, on a day that was yours. I said love and accountability are not opposites. They are requirements of each other. I said it quietly, without emphasis, the way you say things you have earned the right to say, things that do not need amplification because their weight carries them. I said, I spent a long time learning that. I am done unlearning it. I did not look at Diane's table. I want to be precise about this because it mattered. Every word I said was true and I meant all of it, but I said none of it at Diane. I did not look toward her table. I did not shape my sentences for her reception or arrange my words to land on her in a particular way. What I said to the room, to the 140 people who had come because they loved us, and to myself, because some things need to be said aloud in front of witnesses before they become fully real. I raised my champagne flute from the table where I had set it, not toward Diane's table, not as performance, not as a directed gesture toward any specific person in the room. I raised it toward Cole, who was beside me with his hand still at my back. I raised it toward Rosa and David, who had driven their warmth from San Antonio and placed it at every table they had sat at across this entire year. I raised it toward Nora, who had shown up with coffee before anyone asked and had stood in a bridal suite that morning and said, "You look like yourself," which remained the best thing anyone had said to me all day. I raised it toward Patricia Marsh, who was still standing at her table on the left side of the room, her hands at her sides, her expression carrying the composed solemnity of a woman who had discharged an obligation she had been carrying for a long time and was still absorbing the relief of having set it down. I raised it toward the space near the side corridor where Gary had walked, the door through which he had carried himself with exhausted dignity and the knowledge that some things you cannot fix, and some apologies are delivered too late, and some acts of love are simply the act of finally telling the truth. I said to the people who showed up, to the people who stayed, to everyone in this room who drove here and flew here and dressed up and came because they believed today was worth celebrating. I paused. It is. It absolutely is. The room rose. Not all at once, not in the choreographed wave of a coordinated response, but in the organic, sequential way of genuine feeling moving through a crowd, person by person, making the same decision. The decision to choose something good after something hard. To let the weight of the last 30 minutes be real and present and acknowledged, and then to set it down and stand up for the thing that remained. Rosa Navarro was on her feet before the wave completed itself, before the applause had fully built to its peak. Standing at her table, with her hands together and her face open in the unguarded way of a woman who had spent 61 years understanding that some moments required your full presence, and was giving this one everything she had. David stood beside her. Nora was already standing, had been standing since I said the word inheritance, and she was applauding with the specific, sustained quality of a friend who was not just celebrating the speech, but celebrating the person who had been building toward it for 2 years. Marcus Webb, Cole's best man, stood from his table and brought 2 fingers to his mouth and produced a whistle that cut through the applause with the celebratory sharpness of a man who had decided that the moment warranted everything. The applause moved through the room, and it was not the polite, socially obligated applause of guests at a formal event following a scheduled speech. It was the sound of relief given form. The sound of 140 people who had been through something genuinely difficult over the preceding 30 minutes, choosing, collectively and audibly, to land on the side of joy. The jazz trio, understanding their moment, came back in. The pianist's hands found the keys and the bass came up and the drummer brought his brushes back to the snare and the music was warm and it was the right music and the room felt like it could breathe again. Cole's hand at my back became his arm around my shoulders and he leaned close and said something I will not repeat here because it was only for me, delivered quietly near my ear in the warmth of the October ballroom with 140 people deciding to celebrate around us. And whatever he said made me close my eyes for a moment and hold it. At table 3, in a room that was now filled with the sound of standing applause and live music and the particular resilient human noise of a gathering that had decided to continue, Diane Williams sat with her hands in her lap. She did not applaud. She sat with her palms flat against her thighs and her gaze directed at the tablecloth in front of her, at the ivory linen and the water ring from her wine glass, and the bread basket that had been cleared during dinner. She sat with the stillness of a woman whose options had been exhausted, whose audience had redirected itself, whose stage had been occupied by someone else. And in one unguarded moment, one brief interval, when the performance had no purpose left to serve and the management of her expression had nothing left to manage for, she looked very old. Not old in the way of years. Diane Williams was a well-maintained 58 and looked it. Old in the specific way of a person whose certainty has been removed from them in public. The deep tiredness of someone who has spent an enormous amount of energy constructing a version of events and has watched that construction come apart in the room where they built it. She looked like a woman who had chosen the wrong stage for the wrong performance. And I looked at her for exactly one moment, one honest and uncurated second, before I turned back to Cole, to the music, to the room full of people who had driven and flown and dressed up for something worth celebrating. It was worth celebrating. I had known that since a Tuesday morning at Hayden Falls Park in October rain. Everything else was just the weather you walked through to get there. By 7:15, the reception had found its footing again. This is the thing about a room full of people who have collectively decided to choose joy. They do not require permission or coordination. They simply begin one conversation at a time, one dance floor arrival at a time, the human instinct toward celebration reasserting itself with the quiet persistence of something that was always going to be there underneath the difficulty, waiting for the difficulty to pass. The jazz trio had been playing for 40 minutes, and the dance floor had filled in the organic way of wedding receptions, where the music is right and the room has given itself over to the evening. Cole's college friends had claimed the center of the floor with the unself-conscious energy of people in their 30s who had decided that tonight was not a night for the edges. Rosa's cousins from San Antonio, Elena among them, had formed a cluster near the left side of the floor that had grown progressively louder and more joyful with each song. Lena, my cousin from Madison, had found a partner in Marcus Webb, Cole's best man, and the two of them were managing the distance between their respective skill levels with the good humor of people who had decided that dancing well was less important than dancing freely. The room smelled of warm food and candle wax and the specific warmth of bodies in motion, and the Edison lights above the dance floor caught the movement of the crowd below them and threw back the kind of light that makes everyone look the way they hope they look in photographs. I stood near the edge of the room with a glass of water, watching it. Diane had retreated. She was at a corner table near the emergency exit on the far side of the room, positioned with her back partially to the dance floor, flanked by two women I recognized from the guest list as her Lake Geneva real estate colleagues. The three of them formed a closed unit of conversation, cups of coffee in front of them, their posture directed inward toward each other and away from the room. Diane did not look toward the dance floor. She did not look toward me. She sat within the perimeter her colleagues had formed around her and did not expand beyond it. And the contrast between this contained, peripheral version of her and the woman who had stood in the center of the room with a wine glass raised an hour ago was its own complete statement. She did not approach me. She had not approached me since sitting down at Patricia Marsh's instruction, and I understood, without needing to analyze it, that she would not approach me tonight. The version of the evening she had planned for and the version she was currently inside were too different from each other, the gap between them too wide to navigate in a single reception. I was not waiting for her to try. I was watching Cole dance with his mother. This is one of those moments that I cannot fully articulate without risking making it smaller than it was. So I will try to describe it accurately and trust that the accuracy will carry what the articulation cannot. Cole Navarro on a dance floor is not a complicated sight. He is not a technically accomplished dancer and does not pretend to be, but he moves with the same quality of presence he brought to everything: full attention, full commitment, without self-consciousness, because self-consciousness requires part of your attention to be on how you appear rather than on what you are doing. He was giving all of his attention to his mother. Rosa was laughing, not the polite social laugh of a woman at a gathering. The real laugh, the full body kind, the laugh of a woman who was being led in a dance by her son on the evening of his wedding and was finding the whole endeavor so genuinely delightful that containment was not available to her as an option. Her gold earrings caught the light each time she turned. Her hand was in Cole's, and her other hand was on his shoulder, and she was looking up at him with the expression of a woman for whom this moment was the precise fulfillment of something she had been imagining since he was 3 years old. I stood at the edge of the dance floor and looked at them and felt the particular weight leave my chest that had been sitting there since 9:34 that morning when Kelsey's text arrived, and I set the phone face down on the vanity and said, "She is going to do something today." She had done something. It had happened. It was behind me now, filed in the same document where I kept everything else, and what was in front of me was Cole dancing with Rosa in the Edison light of a room full of people who had driven here because they believed today was worth celebrating. It was worth it. I set my water glass on a nearby table and slipped through the door at the side of the room that opened onto the stone terrace. The October air was immediate and clarifying, the specific cold of a Columbus night that had been waiting patiently all day for the sun to finish its work. The terrace was lit by string lights threaded through the iron railing, warm points of light against the dark, and beyond the railing, the estate garden was a study in October shadows, the bare branches of the oak trees visible against the sky where the city's ambient light reached them. I stopped at the railing and took a breath. The terrace was not empty. Patricia Marsh was sitting on the stone bench at the far end near the garden steps in the particular posture of a woman who had chosen her seat deliberately and had been sitting in it with the patience of someone who expected to be found. Her hands were folded in her lap. She was wearing a dark wool coat she must have retrieved from the coat check at some point during the reception, and she looked, in the string light and the October dark, like a woman who had been keeping vigil in one form or another for a very long time. She looked up when I came through the door. She said, "I was wondering how long you would need." I crossed the terrace and sat beside her on the bench. The stone was cold through the silk of my dress, and the October air moved through the garden below us with the purposeful quality of a night that had things to accomplish. She said, "Your father asked me to give you something, if he could not stay to give it himself." She reached into the coat pocket on her right side and removed an envelope. Plain white, letter-sized, unsealed, my name written on the front in the handwriting I had known since childhood, the neat, slightly compressed print of a man who had been a school administrator for 22 years and had written more official documents than he could count, and whose handwriting had acquired over those years the careful legibility of someone who understood that written communication needed to be received accurately. I took it. Inside was a single folded document. Not a letter, not the 3 pages of careful accounting I might have expected from a man who had been carrying this weight for years and finally had permission to set it down. A single document, folded in thirds, the way you fold something for an envelope. I opened it. It was a copy of a legal filing. The header read, Walworth County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. The document type was identified as Petition for Dissolution of Marriage. The petitioner's name was Gary Allen Williams. The filing date was September 14th. Clipped to the front of the document with a small binder clip was a business card. Claire Sutton, attorney at law, family law and mediation, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. A phone number, an email address. The card had a small mark on its corner where Gary had apparently written something and then reconsidered and marked it out. The evidence of a man who had started to add a note and decided the card itself was sufficient. At the bottom of the document, in the margin below the court's filing stamp, in Gary's handwriting, one line. it was always going to be me. I just needed to find the right lawyer. I sat on the stone bench with the filing in my hands and the October air moving through the garden below me and the muffled sound of the reception coming through the glass doors behind me, the bass line of whatever the jazz trio was playing, the occasional rise of laughter from a table that had found something worth laughing at, and I let the information reorganize everything. September 14th, 6 weeks before the wedding. The same period during which the seating chart revision had arrived at 11:47 at night, during which Kelsey had reported Diane's tearful state to Vanessa in a hotel lobby, during which the morning of phone call had been delivered in the controlled register of a woman preparing a strategic position. October 3rd, Patricia told me then, her voice quiet and even, the voice of a woman delivering information she had been holding in custody for someone else. Diane received the filing papers on October 3rd. Gary's attorney served them through the proper channel, certified mail to the Birchwood Lane address. Diane had known for 11 days before the wedding that Gary had filed first, that the dissolution was his petition, his timeline, his decision. The announcement she made in the ballroom was not a declaration of her own agency. It was a performance of agency she did not possess. The sentence, "I have made my decision," delivered with the wine glass and the practiced confidence of a woman taking the room's attention, was Diane attempting to retake authorship of a story that had been written in September without her, by a man who had finally found the right lawyer. I sat with this for a moment. Everything repositioned. The obsessive control of the wedding variables, the venue and the seating and the toast and the guest list, and the 11 months of stage management had not been purely the expression of a narcissist who needed to occupy the center of every room, though it was that too. It had been the management of a woman who was already losing the one narrative she could not afford to lose, who knew that her marriage was ending by someone else's hand, and who had needed desperately to be the one holding the pen in the room where it ended. Stephen Foley at table 11 was not just the presence of an inconvenient complication. He was the audience she was performing for, the witness to the version of events where Diane Williams chose to leave, where the ending was hers. Watch me destroy her big day had not been the careless cruelty of a woman who loved spectacle. It had been the statement of a woman who had lost the most important performance of her life and was trying to replace it with the only stage still available to her. She had come to this wedding already defeated, and she had tried to perform victory anyway. I looked at the document in my hands, the filing date, September 14th, the attorney's card, my father's handwriting in the margin, small and precise and completely certain. It was always going to be me. I just needed to find the right lawyer. Gary Williams, who had spent 35 years retreating, who had learned to agree with Diane the way you learn to walk around a fault line, who had sat at a Denny's in April and told his daughter the truth for the first time in 14 months, had found a family law attorney in Lake Geneva in August and filed a petition for dissolution in September, and attended his daughter's wedding in October with the document in his sister's custody, because he had known what Diane was going to do when she ran out of other options, and he had wanted Bridget to have the complete picture before the night was over. Patricia said, "Your father is not gone. He went home to his apartment." She paused, and in the pause was the specific weight of a woman delivering a message she had been entrusted with. "He is making dinner," she said. "He said to tell you he will call tomorrow. He said to tell you he is sorry it took this long." The garden was very still below us. The oak trees held their October shapes against the sky, bare and permanent and entirely indifferent to the events of the evening, which was, I found, a comfort of its own kind. I said his name, not loudly, not to Patricia, to the garden, to the dark, to the October air that would carry it, or not, that would reach him across the 3 miles between the Linden estate and whatever apartment on whatever street he had moved into after 35 years on Birchwood Lane. Dad. 1 syllable. Everything I had. I held the document for a moment longer. The filing date, the attorney's card, the single line in the margin. Then I folded it along its original creases, the careful thirds of a man who did things properly, and I slid it into the pocket of my wedding dress, beside my phone, beside the small card with Nora's handwriting that she had slipped into my bouquet that morning. I stood up from the bench. Patricia. She had the expression of a woman who had discharged something she had been carrying with care and had set it down safely into the right hands. And the relief of it was visible in the slight easing of the lines around her eyes and the way her shoulders had descended from the careful holding position they had maintained all evening. I held out my hand. I said, "Come dance with me, Patricia." She looked at my hand for a moment. Then she laughed. It was the first time I had heard Patricia Marsh laugh all weekend. Not the polite social management of a woman at a family gathering navigating complicated dynamics, but the real laugh, sudden and warm and entirely unguarded. The laugh of a woman who had not expected this specific invitation at this specific moment, and found the unexpectedness of it genuinely delightful. She took my hand. She rose from the stone bench with the careful steadiness of a 72-year-old woman who had been sitting in the cold for 20 minutes, and she took my arm the way a person takes an arm when they mean it, not for support, but for the pleasure of the connection. We walked back through the glass door together. The warmth of the ballroom received us. The jazz trio was midway through something with a comfortable swing, and the dance floor was fuller than when I had left it. Cole and Rosa had been joined by David and Vanessa and several of the San Antonio cousins, and the cluster of them was generating the specific, joyful noise of a family that dances the way it does everything else, with its full collective presence. Rosa saw me come through the door. She saw Patricia on my arm. She smiled the smile of a woman who had been watching the evening from a perspective the rest of the room did not share, and had decided, some time ago, that it was going to be all right. She was right. It was going to be all right. It already was. By 9:30, the reception had the quality of an evening that knows it is ending and has decided to go out well. The dance floor was still populated, though with a more committed subset of the original crowd. The people who intended to use every remaining minute of the jazz trio's final set and were doing so with the specific dedication of guests who had stopped managing their dignity somewhere around the third song and had not looked back. Cole's San Antonio cousins occupied a significant portion of the center floor. Marcus Webb had given up on technical execution entirely and was simply moving with the cheerful abandon of a man who had decided that joy was the correct response to the evening and was expressing it through his whole body. Nora and Vanessa had found each other sometime around 9 o'clock and were dancing side by side with the easy synchronicity of two women who had spent the evening in adjacent orbits and had finally arrived at the same coordinates. Cole and I had been moving through the room for the past 2 hours in the warm, exhausted way of people at the end of a day that had given considerably more than it had taken. Greeting the last of the guests who had not yet found us, accepting the hugs that carried more weight than usual, because the people offering them understood that what they were hugging us through was not simply a wedding, but an evening. Accepting the specific warmth of people who had been present for something difficult and had chosen to stay through it to the other side. My feet had been in heeled shoes since 2 o'clock that afternoon. My face carried the pleasant soreness of a person who has been smiling genuinely for hours, which uses different muscles than the performed version and leaves a different residue. Cole's tuxedo jacket had been draped over the back of his chair since 8 o'clock, and he was in his shirt and vest, his collar open, and he looked the way he always looked when he was at the end of a long day he had spent doing something that mattered, which was settled and warm and entirely himself. At some point in the 9 o'clock hour, Nora materialized beside me at the edge of the dance floor. With a glass of water she pressed into my hand before I thought to ask for it. She said, "Your mom left about an hour ago." She did not say goodbye. I said, "I know." Nora looked at me for a moment with the expression of someone who had a follow-up question and was deciding whether the evening required it. She decided it did not. She said, "Drink the water." I drank the water. She moved back toward the dance floor, and I watched her go. This woman who had shown up to a book club we both hated 8 years ago and had been the most reliable presence in my adult life since. And I thought about what it meant to choose your people well, and how much of a life was determined by that single, ongoing act of selection. Patricia Oakes found me near the dessert table at 9:42. She was still in her coordinator's efficiency mode, the specific composure of a professional managing the closing of a significant event, her tablet in one hand and her radio clipped to her jacket. And she moved through the room with the contained urgency of someone who needed a specific word before the evening concluded. She said, "Bridget, I need to show you something. Do you have a moment?" Her voice had a quality I had not heard from her before, not alarmed, not apologetic. The careful, neutral register of someone who has encountered a situation that requires the principal to make a decision and is not going to make it for them. I followed her to the corridor outside the reception hall, the side passage that connected the ballroom to the administrative offices and the exit to the parking lot. The corridor was quiet, the sounds of the jazz trio muffled by the closed door behind us, and Patricia stopped and looked at me with the direct attention of a woman who did not waste professional time on preamble. She said that one of the valet attendants had come to her approximately 20 minutes ago. A young man named Marcus, 19 years old, a college sophomore who worked weekend events at the Linden estate to cover his tuition costs. He had been stationed in the parking lot during the reception and had been in the vicinity of a silver Lexus in the far row when he became aware of a woman on the phone, speaking with enough volume to carry across the evening air. The woman was Diane. She had been in the parking lot, Patricia told me, for what Marcus estimated was at least 15 minutes, conducting a phone call that he had initially not paid attention to and then could not avoid hearing because her volume had increased as the call progressed. He had not intentionally recorded it. He had been texting his roommate, his phone already in his hand, and had recorded approximately 40 seconds of ambient audio before he realized what he was capturing. He had come to Patricia because he was 19 years old and uncertain what the correct thing to do with it was, and he understood enough about the evening to recognize that it might be relevant. Patricia held out her phone. The clip was cued. I took the phone and pressed play. 40 seconds of parking lot audio, the ambient sounds of a fall evening in Columbus, distant traffic, the crunch of gravel, the sound of a car running somewhere nearby, and Diane's voice, carrying through the night air with the particular force of a woman who was either unaware of her volume or past caring about it, describing the evening to whoever was on the other end of the call. She used the phrase coordinated attack. She used the phrase public humiliation engineered by my own daughter and her husband. Her voice had the bright, indignant energy of a woman who was in the process of converting the evening's events into the version she intended to carry forward, the narrative reconstruction that would become her account of what had happened when she told it to her real estate colleagues and her book club and the people in Lake Geneva who knew the Williams name and would form their understanding of this night from Diane's description of it. I watched the 40 seconds. Then I handed the phone back to Patricia. I said, "Delete it." Patricia looked at me. Her expression carried the careful neutrality of a professional who has learned not to impose her judgment on a client's decisions, but who had, in this particular instance, a visible response she was managing. She said, "Are you sure?" It could. I said, "Delete it, please." A pause. The corridor was quiet around us. Through the door behind me, the jazz trio had moved into something slower, the last dance register of a band that knew the evening was finishing. I said, "I do not need it," not as a performance of magnanimity, not as a demonstration of the high road for an audience that was watching. Patricia was the only person in the corridor with me, and I was not interested in performing virtue for an audience of one. I did not need it because I understood, with the clear and settled certainty of a woman who had spent 11 months building a 56-entry document and had just spent an evening watching the contents of that document vindicate themselves in front of 140 witnesses. The difference between winning and destroying. I had won, not in the adversarial sense of a contest with a declared outcome, but in the sense that mattered, the sense that had been the actual point all along. I had gotten married to Cole Navarro in a room full of people who loved us, and I had said what needed to be said at a microphone in that room. And Patricia Marsh had told Diane to sit down, and Rosa had spoken 5 perfect words to a man walking toward an exit door, and my father had filed a petition in September and attended his daughter's wedding with the document in his sister's pocket. I had what I needed. I had what was true and documented and witnessed. A 40-second parking lot recording of Diane describing the evening as a coordinated attack was not evidence of anything that had not already been demonstrated. It was not protection. It was not justice. It was ammunition, and I was done collecting ammunition. What I was interested in now was the rest of my life. Patricia looked at the phone in her hand for a moment. Then she navigated to the clip and deleted it, and she showed me the empty space where it had been with the professional courtesy of a woman who understood that the action needed witnessing. She said, "For what it is worth, Bridget, tonight was handled with more grace than I have seen from anyone in a situation like this in 10 years of event coordination." I said, "Thank you, Patricia, for everything, tonight and before." She understood what before referred to, the toast submission she had forwarded rather than honored, the phone call at 8:47, the ambient mic positioned near the east wall floral display, which had been her standard placement, and had captured what it captured because she had positioned it there without any knowledge of what it would find. She nodded once and returned to her tablet and her radio, and I went back through the door to the reception. The evening closed warmly. The jazz trio played their last set with the unhurried quality of musicians who had enjoyed the night and were not in a rush to finish it. The dance floor thinned gradually as guests collected coats and made their rounds of farewell and headed into the Columbus night. Rosa pressed both my hands in the doorway and held them for a moment and said something I will carry for a very long time about what it meant to watch her son be loved correctly. David shook my hand the way he had shaken it when I first met him, both hands covering mine, meaning it entirely. Cole and I stood at the exit together and said goodnight to 140 people, and some of them said things that were simple, and some of them said things that required me to look at the middle distance briefly before responding, and all of them meant something. By 11, we were in the car. By 11:30, we were in the hotel room, a suite Cole had booked in February, and I had taken off my shoes, and he had hung his jacket, and we were sitting on the edge of the bed in the particular silence of 2 people who have been through a great deal together in a single day and do not need to fill the silence with analysis. He was asleep within 20 minutes, his hand loose around mine on the duvet, the way he always slept, easily, with the clear conscience of a man whose relationship with rest was uncomplicated. I lay on my back and looked at the ceiling. The Columbus lights came through the gap in the curtain in thin, pale bars across the ceiling. The ordinary light of a city going about its night. The light that had been coming through windows in this city for as long as I had lived here, indifferent and consistent and entirely reliable. At 11:58, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I turned my head without moving the rest of my body, not wanting to disturb the weight of Cole's hand. The screen showed Kelsey's name. I read it. "I'm sorry. I should have told you what she was planning. I knew about the toast she wrote. I didn't know she was going to stand up and announce about Dad. I didn't know about Stephen until tonight. I don't know what to say to you, but I needed to say something." I held the phone above my face and read it twice. Then I typed back, "I know you didn't know about the announcement. I know you didn't know about Stephen. Get some sleep. We will talk when things are quieter." I set the phone face down on the nightstand. It buzzed again almost immediately. I turned it over, expecting Kelsey. The number was not in my contacts. No name, no label, just a string of digits I did not recognize. A Wisconsin area code. I opened the message. It read, "I apologize for my presence causing disruption to your event. Congratulations on your marriage." It was signed with an initial and a last name, S. Foley. I read it once, The entire text, from the formal opening to the single-sentence congratulation to the signature, had the precise, slightly airless quality of a communication composed by someone who had consulted a lawyer before sending it, or who functioned in their daily life with the verbal precision of a man who understood that written words created records and had chosen his with corresponding care. I set the phone on the nightstand. Then I picked it back up, navigated to the contact the message had created, and blocked the number. Not with anger, with the same clean, practical efficiency with which I had asked Patricia to delete the parking lot clip. The text did not require a response, and the number did not require access to my phone, and those were the only two relevant considerations. I set the phone back on the nightstand. Cole's hand tightened slightly around mine in the loose, reflexive way of someone adjusting their grip in sleep, not waking, simply holding. I turned my head toward the curtain gap. The Columbus light came through it in those pale, steady bars, the city's ambient permanence, the ordinary, ongoing light of a place that had been here before this day and would continue after it. I had gotten married today. I had stood at a microphone in a room full of people and said what needed saying. I had folded a divorce filing into the pocket of my wedding dress and asked a 72-year-old woman to dance. I had deleted 40 seconds of audio I did not need and blocked a number I would not remember. And somewhere in a Lake Geneva apartment near the waterfront, my father was making dinner, or had made it, or had eaten it and washed the dishes in the quiet of a space that was entirely his, with no photographs on the wrong surfaces and no awards on the refrigerator, and no two-step retreat required of anyone. He would call tomorrow. The lights through the curtain were soft and ordinary and entirely permanent. I closed my eyes. 6 months after the wedding, Columbus was doing what Columbus does in April, which is to say it was deciding, with the particular indecision of a Midwestern spring, whether to commit to warmth or retreat one more time into the gray that had held the city since November. On this specific Sunday morning, it had committed. The light coming through our apartment windows was the real kind, the kind that falls at an angle and catches the dust motes and makes the whole room feel like something that has been waiting to be seen correctly and has finally found the right light to be seen in. I was at the kitchen table with coffee. Cole was still in bed, which was his Sunday prerogative, and one I respected without ambivalence. I had been up since 7, with the particular wakefulness of someone whose internal clock had been recalibrated by 6 months of a life that was genuinely and consistently good. The specific alertness of a person who wakes up and does not immediately reach for dread to see what it has prepared for the day. The apartment was quiet in the way that an apartment is quiet when it has been lived in well, when the silence is full rather than empty, when the absence of noise is the presence of ease rather than the presence of something being withheld. The plants on the windowsill were doing the slow, reliable work of plants in April sunlight. The second-hand IKEA table that Cole and I had sanded and restained in our first week here still held the slight variation in finish near the left corner, where I had applied the stain too thick, and we had laughed about it and left it because it was ours, and it was right, and some imperfections are worth keeping. I held my coffee with both hands and let the Sunday morning be exactly what it was. I want to tell you what the 6 months between October and April produced, because the story does not end at the reception. Stories that matter never end at the dramatic event. They continue into the ordinary days that follow it, and the ordinary days are where you find out what actually changed and what only looked like it was going to. The divorce was finalized in February. Gary's attorney, Claire Sutton, 47 years old, a family law specialist in Lake Geneva whose practice occupied a modest office above a hardware store on Main Street, had been retained in August, 2 months before I found the manila folder on the guest room floor. 4 months before I understood what I had been documenting. She was, by Gary's description when he told me about her later, exactly the right lawyer, meaning she was precise without being aggressive, thorough without being punishing, and she had treated the dissolution as what it was, the orderly and legally sound conclusion of a marriage that had ended before the paperwork confirmed it. Wisconsin is a community property state, which meant the Birchwood Lane house, purchased during the marriage with marital funds, was subject to equitable division. The house sold in January. A young couple from Milwaukee bought it, the kind of buyers who wanted the old oak in the front yard and the deep window sills and the crown molding, who would fill it with the noise of a new beginning rather than the accumulated weight of an old one. Gary received his portion of the proceeds in February, 3 days before the dissolution was finalized. He moved into a 2-bedroom apartment near the Lake Geneva waterfront, a unit on the 4th floor with a balcony that faced east toward the water. He called me the day he got the keys, not to report the event, but because he had found something on the balcony that he wanted to describe to me, which was a set of 3 large ceramic planters left by the previous tenant, still containing last year's soil, empty and available. I asked him what he was going to plant. He said he was not sure yet. He said he had been thinking about lavender. He said lavender did well in containers and liked full sun and did not require as much maintenance as it appeared to, which he found reassuring. I said, "Lavender sounds right, Dad." He said, "I think so too." The first garden that was entirely and only his, chosen without consultation, maintained without negotiation, belonging to no history except the one he was building from the 4th floor of a building that faced the water he had lived beside his entire adult life and had rarely taken the time to simply look at. Diane moved into a newer condominium development on the east side of Lake Geneva, a unit in a building with a fitness center and a clubhouse, and the kind of amenities that appealed to the professional demographic her real estate practice served. She continued working. She listed properties and closed transactions and attended industry events with the professional continuity of a woman who had built her identity significantly around her career and found in that career a stability that other structures were not currently providing. What she could not continue with the same ease as before was the professional standing she had maintained in Lake Geneva for 20 years. The wedding story traveled the way things travel in small professional communities, which is to say, quietly, thoroughly, and with a velocity that the person at the center of it could not track or contain. Real estate is a relationship business in small markets, and relationships are built on trust. And the story that moved through Lake Geneva in the months following October was a story about a woman whose relationship to truth, to her family, to the management of a public situation, raised questions that some clients found difficult to set aside when deciding who to trust with the sale of their home. 2 clients transferred their listings within a month of the wedding. The first called Diane's office and left a message with her assistant, requesting the file be forwarded to another agent in the same firm. The second sent a brief email, polite and without elaboration. No explanation was given in either case. None was required. Patricia Oakes sent me a brief email in January. It was 4 sentences, the professional brevity of a woman who communicated with precision and did not use words as decoration. She wrote that she wanted me to know that the commercial development partnership between the Linden Estate and Foley Property Group, LLC, had been dissolved by mutual agreement effective the 1st of the new year. She wrote that the estate's event programming was continuing without interruption. She wrote that it had been a pleasure working with me and Cole on the October event. 4 sentences, no elaboration. The entire communication was constructed to convey exactly what needed conveying and nothing additional, in the manner of a person who understood that some information is complete in itself and does not benefit from context. I wrote back 2 words. "Thank you, Patricia." She replied with a single word. "Always." I had not expected that word from her. I sat with it for a moment at my desk, the way you sit with a gift you were not prepared to receive. And then I saved the email in a folder I had created in November, separate from the 56-entry document, a folder I had named simply after the month everything changed. Kelsey. It was a Saturday afternoon in November, and I was at the kitchen table with a patient file and a cup of tea that had gone cold. And when her name appeared on my phone, I held it for a moment before answering. Not from reluctance, but from the particular attention of a person who understood that some calls required you to be fully present before you picked up. She talked for 2 hours. This was, I realized as she spoke, the first genuinely unguarded conversation we had conducted in longer than either of us could accurately identify. The first time in years that she was not translating Diane to me or managing the space between us with the careful distance of a person who had chosen a side and was maintaining the allegiance it required. She told me she had started seeing a therapist in November, 2 weeks after the wedding. She said it with the specific self-deprecating honesty of a person who has arrived at a necessary thing later than they wish they had. And she delivered the information about what she had learned in the first month of sessions with the rueful clarity of someone receiving a diagnosis that explained a great deal of previously confusing symptomology. She said, "It turns out I have been her emotional support animal for about a decade." My therapist used more clinical language, but that is the accurate summary. I laughed. Not the polite, managed laugh of a person in a delicate conversation choosing to be gracious. The real laugh, sudden and warm, the kind that comes from a place of genuine recognition, because the sentence was both precisely accurate and delivered with exactly the kind of honest self-awareness that I had not heard from my sister in so long that the sound of it was its own kind of relief. Kelsey laughed too, and the laughter between us on that November afternoon, with the Columbus gray outside my window and the cold tea on the table and the patient file set aside, was the first time I had shared a real laugh with my sister in longer than I could remember, and it felt in the specific way that things feel, and they have been absent long enough that you had forgotten their shape, like something being returned. We were not repaired, Kelsey and I. I want to be honest about this because the story deserves accuracy more than it deserves a clean resolution. 2 hours on the phone and a therapist's beginning did not undo the years of accumulated small choices she had made in the direction of Diane's narrative and away from mine. But they were the beginning of something different, and the beginning was real. And I had learned in the 6 months since October to value beginnings. Diane texted me in January. 3 months of silence, and then a text, brief and careful, the measured language of a woman who had been composing this message for longer than its brevity suggested. She asked if we could have lunch, when I was ready, somewhere in the middle. I did not respond immediately. I waited 2 weeks, which felt like the right amount of time, long enough to be considered rather than reflexive, short enough to be an actual answer rather than an avoidance. Then I texted back, yes, and picked a restaurant in Madison, equidistant between Columbus and Lake Geneva, a farm-to-table place I had been to once with Nora and thought was good without being an attempt to impress. The lunch was 90 minutes. It was not warm. It was not hostile. It was the specific quality of a conversation between two people who had a history that required renegotiation and were both, for the first time, present for the renegotiation, without one of them controlling its terms. We talked about the restaurant, about the drive, about small things, and then gradually about larger ones, in the careful, incremental way of people who are testing the structural capacity of something before putting their full weight on it. Near the end of the 90 minutes, over coffee that neither of us was really drinking, Diane said something. She did not build to it. She did not preface it with context or mitigate it with explanation. She set down her cup and looked at the table for a moment, and then she looked at me, and she said, "I made myself the center of everything. I know that." 9 words. She did not follow them with a reason. She did not append a but, did not soften the admission with a competing narrative about her own suffering or the ways she had been wronged or the context that would reframe what she had done into something more forgivable. She simply said it, and stopped. And the stopping was the most significant thing she had ever given me. Not the words themselves, though the words were real. The stopping. The willingness to let the sentence stand without modification, to hand it over complete without immediately taking it back, was the first time in my memory that Diane Williams had said something true in my presence and allowed it to remain true without the revisionist amendment that usually followed within seconds. I looked at my mother across the restaurant table. She was 58 years old, and she looked tired in the specific way of a person who has been carrying something heavy and is not yet certain how to put it down, but has at least acknowledged to one other person that the weight is real. I said, "I know you do." We finished the coffee. We walked to our respective cars in the Madison parking lot. She hugged me briefly at the door, and the hug was not the performed warmth of a woman managing an impression, but the hesitant, genuine gesture of someone who was not certain of their welcome and was grateful to discover it was not entirely withdrawn. I drove back to Columbus. Rosa Navarro called every Sunday, not to check in, not to debrief the previous week or inquire about the state of the marriage or offer the kind of attentive surveillance that presents itself as care. She called because she wanted to talk, and talking with Rosa was its own reward. The specific pleasure of a conversation with a person who was genuinely interested in the world and in the people she had chosen to be close to, and who had the librarian's gift of asking the one question that opened everything. We talked about books and about my patients in the general sense, and about a garden project I was planning for the building's shared courtyard, and about something one of her former students had sent her in a letter, and about what Cole had been working on, and about nothing in particular, in the way of people who have found a rhythm and are content to inhabit it. It became, by February, the fixed point of my Sunday, the call I arranged the rest of the morning around, the 11 o'clock conversation that made the week feel anchored in the right direction. It was a small inheritance of the family I had married into. Rosa did not call because she felt obligated. She called because she had decided, the way she decided most things, that the relationship was worth the investment of her time and attention, and she was proceeding accordingly. In March, my practice offered me a partnership track. The conversation happened in the conference room at the end of our suite between me and the two founding partners, Dr. Raymond Cho and Dr. Linda Ferris, people I had worked alongside for 4 years and trusted in the way you trust colleagues who have shown you their actual professional values under actual professional pressure rather than simply stated them in an interview. Ray told me the practice had grown 30% in the 2 years since I joined, that a significant portion of that growth was attributable to my caseload and the referral relationships I had built, that they had been discussing the partnership question for 6 months and had arrived at a unanimous answer, and that if I accepted the track, my name would be on the door by December. He slid the offer letter across the table. I looked at it. Then I looked at Linda, who had been my informal mentor since my first month at the practice, who had shown me how to navigate the insurance labyrinth and the school district partnerships and the specific interpersonal dynamics of a small clinical team without losing either efficiency or decency, and who was looking at me now with the expression of someone who already knew the answer and was waiting for me to say it. I said, yes. I drove home that afternoon and found Cole at the kitchen table with his laptop and a cup of coffee that had gone cold, which was a state we both allowed our beverages to reach with more frequency than was technically intentional. And I sat across from him and told him about the meeting. He looked up from the laptop, and his expression was the expression of a person receiving news they had been expecting for long enough that the arrival of it produced not surprise, but the deep, settled satisfaction of a thing finally aligning with the shape it was always supposed to have. He said, "Your name on the door." I said, "By December." He closed the laptop, he reached across the table and covered my hand with his. He said, "That is exactly right." Outside the Columbus, spring was continuing its work. The particular reliable work of April deciding to stay warm, the dogwoods along the street below our window in the preliminary stage of bloom, the light falling through them at the angle that made them look like they had been placed there deliberately, which they had not, which was part of what made them beautiful. 6 months after the wedding, this was the life. Not perfect, not the resolved and symmetrical conclusion of a story with clean edges, but real and mine, and built with my own hands and the hands of the person sleeping 2 rooms away, and populated with the people I had chosen and the people who had chosen me back. and moving forward on its own considerable momentum toward a December when my name would appear on a door in a hallway of a practice where I helped people find the words for things that resisted language. It was enough. It was considerably more than enough. It was everything. There's a particular quality to a Sunday morning in an apartment where two people have learned how to be at rest in the same space. It is not silence exactly, though there is silence in it. It is the presence of a person in the next room whose proximity costs you nothing, whose existence in your shared square footage is not a thing you are managing or accommodating or performing for, but simply a fact of the morning, as ordinary and as essential as the light coming through the window and the coffee going warm on the table in front of you. I am at the kitchen table. The second-hand IKEA piece that Cole and I carried up 3 flights of stairs on a Saturday in early spring 2 years ago that we sanded together on the building's back steps with 2 different grades of sandpaper and considerable disagreement about technique, that we restained in a color I chose and he approved with the single nod he used for decisions he genuinely endorsed, rather than the slightly longer consideration he gave to decisions he was accepting on trust. The stain caught unevenly near the left corner, slightly darker than the rest, because I applied it with too much pressure, and neither of us noticed until it had dried. And we looked at it and decided together that the imperfection was better than the alternative, because the alternative was a table that looked like it had been made in a factory, rather than a table that looked like it had been made by us. I have eaten breakfast at this table every morning for 2 years. I have filed 56 entry documents at this table and drafted toast remarks at this table and sat with cold coffee staring at seating chart software at this table and eaten the pasta Cole made on the evening I came home from Lake Geneva with a photo box and a phone full of images I was not yet ready to explain. I have talked to my father from this table and fielded calls from my mother from this table and laughed with Nora from this table in the way that requires you to put down whatever you are holding because laughter at that volume and that quality needs both hands free. This table has been the kitchen table of my adult life, the one piece of furniture that has been present for all of it. The Columbus spring is coming through the window above the sink, the April light at its most specific angle, the one that lasts for approximately 3 weeks before it tilts into the fuller brightness of May and loses this particular quality of something beginning rather than something continuing. I know this light. I have lived in Columbus long enough to know its seasonal vocabulary, and this light is the light of things deciding to start, the light of the city making its annual commitment to warmth after the long, gray negotiation of winter. From where I sit, I can see through the doorway into the small room we use as a home office, the room Cole converted from a storage space, with 6 days of weekend work and a patience for precise measurement that I found both admirable and slightly absurd. The walls are lined with my clinical resources and his audio equipment manuals and the accumulated paper record of 2 professional lives conducted in a small square footage. And on the wall above my desk, at the height Cole chose without measuring because he had an accurate internal sense of what looked right, is the print I have been looking at every morning for the better part of a decade, the Zaha Hadid. The Rosenthal Center for Contemporary Art in Cincinnati, photographed from a low angle against a clear sky, the building's interlocking concrete volumes rising from the street with the specific audacity of architecture that refuses to apologize for taking up space. I found the print in a graduate school bookstore in my first year at Ohio State, bought it without deliberating, and it has traveled with me through 4 apartments in Columbus, each time going up on the wall within the first week because a space without it felt preliminary, like a room that had not yet committed to being inhabited. Cole hung it on our 3rd day here. I had not asked him to. I had not mentioned where I wanted it, or whether I was ready to unpack the framed prints, or any of the dozen conversational preambles that typically precede the act of one person doing something for another in a shared space. He had simply found it in one of the boxes from the move, recognized it as the thing that went above my desk, and hung it while I was at the practice on a Thursday morning. And when I came home, It was there, at exactly the right height, exactly the right distance from the window, and I stood in the doorway of the home office and looked at it for a moment, and understood, in the specific way you understand things that do not require explanation, that this was what it felt like to be known. I look at it every morning, not because it is beautiful, though it is, because it reminds me of the girl who bought it at 24 in a graduate school bookstore, who had just driven from Lake Geneva to Columbus with her father's voicemail saved in a folder on her phone, who wanted to build something of her own and was beginning, in a 480-square-foot apartment with plants on every windowsill, to understand what that required. She has been with me the whole time. I want to say that simply because the simplicity is the point. The person I was at the kitchen table at 17, hearing my mother say speech therapy in that particular flattened tone, and the person I was at a microphone in October, telling 140 people what I understood about the inheritance of behavior, and the person I am right now at this table with warm coffee and April light, are the same person in progressive stages of the same ongoing project, which is the project of becoming fully and irreversibly yourself. There are 3 things I know now that I did not know with the same clarity at the start of this story. The first is that silence is not neutrality. For 31 years, I was quiet at the dinner table, and the people around me called it agreement, called it compliance, called it the absence of objection, took my quietness as the confirmation of their narrative, because I had not produced a counter one. And I allowed this because I had been taught, in the particular educational institution of my family home, that speaking up had costs, and remaining quiet was the more affordable option. But silence is not neutrality. Silence is a vote for whoever is speaking. It is not the absence of a position. It is a position. And for 31 years, I occupied it without understanding that the people interpreting it as consent were not wrong to read it that way, because I had not yet found my moment and had not yet decided when. I was not passive. I was accumulating. There is a difference, and I understand it now with the clarity of someone who has lived both sides of it. The second thing I know is that the most dangerous stories are the ones told by people who need the audience more than they need the truth. My mother is not a villain. I have thought about this carefully across the 6 months since October, in the deliberate way I was trained to think about things, from multiple angles, with as much honest assessment as I could bring to material that was not emotionally neutral for me. She is not a villain in the way that the word is commonly meant, not cruel for the pleasure of cruelty, not destructive from a position of power and indifference. She is a woman who was so genuinely, deeply frightened of losing her version of events that she was willing to detonate the event itself rather than surrender the narrative. She stood up in that ballroom not because she was strong, but because she was terrified. And the thing she was terrified of was a room full of people walking away from that evening with a story about her life that she had not authored. The entire architecture of control, the 11 months of stage management, the seating chart at midnight, the toast submission, the 67 names, had been the construction of a woman who understood, on some level she may not have had full conscious access to, that the story was already slipping, that Gary had filed in September, that the room contained a person she could not manage, that the version of her life she had been performing for Lake Geneva for 20 years was in the process of revision, and she had tried to perform her way through it. The performance failed not because I was stronger than her, or smarter than her, or more prepared than her, though I was prepared. It failed because truth, documented and time-stamped and played back through a house sound system at measured volume, has a specific gravity that performance cannot match. The third thing I know is the most important, and it is the one that took the longest to understand. The real inheritance is not anything that can be filed or framed or written into a legal document with a notary's seal. It is the knowledge that the people who truly see you do not wait to be asked. They show up with tamales wrapped in foil, still warm from being carried through 2 airports, handed over in a doorway without preamble or expectation of acknowledgement, simply because feeding someone is what you do when you arrive at their home, and you are a person who understands that love is expressed in the specific and the concrete rather than the general and the stated. They call every Sunday, not to inquire, to talk, because they have chosen you, and the choosing was not conditional on your circumstances or your performance or your ability to require nothing of them in return. They stand beside you in a room full of noise with one hand at the small of your back, a single point of contact that asks nothing and holds everything. Not steadying you because you are falling, but present because presence in that moment is the entire vocabulary of what is required. They hang your print on the wall on the 3rd day without being asked, at exactly the right height, and they sit across a kitchen table on a Sunday morning with a book they are not quite reading, and 2 cups of coffee, and the particular ease of a person who has arrived at the place they intended to be and finds it exactly sufficient. I hear Cole come out of the bedroom. The particular sound of his footsteps on the hardwood, the one I could identify in a hallway of 100 people, the specific rhythm of a person moving through a familiar space without urgency or performance. He comes into the kitchen. He sets a second mug on the table. He has already made the coffee, which means he has been awake for a few minutes and heard me in the kitchen and made a second cup before coming in, because that is the kind of attentiveness that does not announce itself, that operates below the threshold of gesture into the territory of simple, ongoing care. He sits across from me. He opens his book, the one with the dark cover he has been carrying for 3 weeks, the one he is reading at the pace of a person who is not trying to finish it, only to inhabit it. He does not say anything. He does not need to. His presence at the table, the warm mug he placed in front of me, the sound of his breathing in the Sunday morning kitchen, the April light falling across the table between us and reaching the worn corner with the uneven stain, all of it is the sentence. Complete, coherent, everything it needs to be. Outside the window, the Columbus spring is doing what spring does, not dramatically, not with announcement or fanfare or the performed flourish of a season that requires you to notice it. Simply proceeding the way things proceed when they are following their own logic and do not need permission or audience, the dogwoods along the street releasing into bloom because that is what April asks of them, and they have the root system to answer. I pick up my coffee. I look out the window at the light and the blooming trees and the ordinary Sunday street below, and I feel something move through me that I spent 31 years learning the shape of. Not happiness exactly, though it contains happiness. Not relief, though it contains relief. The specific, settled quality of a person who has arrived at the correct place by the correct path and knows it, not because the path was easy, but because the knowing has been earned. My mother tried to take the day. She stood in a room I had built, at an event I had planned, in front of people I loved, and she tried to take it, the way she had been taking things my entire life, quietly and then not quietly, through the accumulated architecture of a woman who needed the narrative more than she needed the relationship. She did not know that I had already decided it was mine. It always was. From the moment I said yes before Cole finished the sentence on a wooden bridge in October rain, from the moment I opened a new document and typed the date at the top and began keeping records, from the moment I drove back to Columbus from Lake Geneva with a weight I could not yet name and a voicemail in a folder on my phone and the knowledge, not yet fully formed but structurally present, that I was building towards something that would require everything I had learned to keep. She did not know that I had someone beside me who understood that a microphone is not a weapon, that it is not an instrument of performance or persuasion or the management of someone else's impression. A microphone is simply a tool for making the truth audible. And the most important thing about one is knowing when the truth is ready to speak for itself. Cole turns a page. The light comes through the window. The spring continues its unhurried work. I hold my coffee with both hands and look out at the Columbus morning and feel, in the specific and irreversible way of a woman who has finished one long thing and is well inside the beginning of another, that this is exactly where I am supposed to be, that I am home, that I have always been capable of this, that the paperwork, in the end, was never the point. The point was always the knowing. There is something I have carried with me from this story, something that did not arrive all at once, but accumulated the way most real understanding accumulates, slowly, through the repeated experience of a truth that keeps presenting itself in different forms until you finally stop calling it coincidence and start calling it a lesson. The people who diminish you rarely do it loudly. They do it in the language of concern, of tradition, of what is best for the family, of you know how she is. They do it at dinner tables and in phone calls and in seating charts revised at midnight, and they count on the fact that you will absorb it quietly because you always have, because your silence has been so consistent and so patient that it has been mistaken by everyone, including sometimes yourself, for consent. But silence was never consent. It was just a woman who had not yet decided when. And the moment you decide when, the moment you stop softening the sentences and start letting the truth stand without amendment, the moment you realize that the people who truly love you do not require your smallness as the price of their approval, everything reconfigures. Not easily, not without cost, but permanently in the way that only things earned through genuine reckoning tend to be permanent. You do not need a recording playing through a house sound system to find your moment. You do not need an audience of 140 people, or a 56-entry document, or a lawyer's card clipped to a divorce filing. You only need the willingness to stop carrying a story that was never yours to carry, and the clarity to recognize, finally, that the life waiting on the other side of that decision has been yours all along. If this story found you at the right moment, if some part of it felt less like someone else's wedding and more like a room you have been standing in for years, waiting for the music to change, then you are exactly who Sophia Told Stories is here for. Leave a comment below. Tell me what part stayed with you. Tell me what you are still deciding when to say. Because somewhere, right now, there is a woman sitting at a kitchen table with coffee going warm and a window full of ordinary light, and she is almost ready. And almost ready is where everything begins.